So, before we start, does anyone have any questions? I haven't put the screen yet, but does anyone have any questions before we start? Okay, I guess not.
Does the video go plague, or does it go spider, plague, abomination, military?
I'm pretty sure it goes Spider Plague, A-Bomb, Death Knight, or military, whatever you want to call it. Yeah.
Okay, which is what we'll be doing.
Yeah. Can
Probably.
you guys see my screen? Yeah. This is the order we're doing it first week. Yes. Later on down the line, we may change the order, but at that point, it won't really matter because you'll know the wings each individually. So, it's not super relevant other than trying to, um, preserve if you're trying to do a certain world buff order or whatever. But first week, it won't matter. Okay, yeah. So the first wing is the spider wing. So there's a patrol in here that's just a bunch of small spiders that they'll see them pull. Not really a big deal. You can kind of see them in the middle of the screen. There's a couple of these packs in here. You're just gonna pull these when we get them and AOE them. They don't do much damage, but they do have a poison ability that they do. That's just like a straight damage ability. So whoever's tanking it, you see this guy walking down here, just make sure that you're healing him. This guy's fully chonked up. Jesus.
Can we talk about how their guild's called Scuba Cops?
This is a popular guild.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, you don't know Scuba Cups? All right. Anyways, yeah. So these ones are not a big deal. We don't have to worry too much about these. Just be prepared because there is a lot of them. So just make sure that when we get them, that we're gonna have tanks set up to shout them and just AoE them just down like the warrior ads that come up. Nothing we need to worry about.
So we should assume that shouts are coming, like warrior shout.
Yeah. Then we have a couple of packs that we go on past here. In these packs, generally, there's different types of spiders. They the general kill order, if we're not LOSing them, is basically just if it's big, kill that first into the smaller ones. The biggest ones you need to worry about, and there's one in each of these packs here, is the venom stalkers. They're the big, like you'll see green, yellow ones when they pull it here. They do a charge randomly at someone in the raid, and then everyone around them will get a poison debuff. So I can't really see it there. Let's see if I can pull it out a little bit here. Yeah, you can't really see it when they're all a mess, but it looks like they're killing it first, and they're just pulling it into the pack. So you can LOS it so it doesn't charge, or you can just kill it first. And depending on how fast we kill it, we may just do it that way, to be honest, instead of having to try to LOS and then take care of it afterwards. But when they charge, it can charge anybody, and it puts a poison on you that you can remove. So if you have poison removal, anti-venoms, or anything of that nature, you can use those, and you highly recommend using them because it does a total of like 7,500 damage. So and it'll happen pretty quickly. So make sure that you have something on hand if you do get charged with that you can take it off and try to spread. These guys aren't spread very well here. If you spread out more around in this area, then there's less people getting hit if it does charge. Definitely don't want everyone to be stacked for that. There will also be the Dread Creepers in here. They put a Veil of Shadows on. There's just another one of the mobs in there. Oh, this is it. That's the one. Okay, so looks like they did LOS it. Okay, this is the Venom Stalker here. So this is the one that that we're gonna need to either DPS down first or LOS it and do it at the end. It looks like he already did that poison charge and he got affected by that. But I'm trying to see if there's a point where the whole raid kind of gets hit where you can kind of see the damage go down on everybody. But yeah, Veil of Shadows that goes out, just a regular healing debuff that just needs to be taken off. Then there's the Spinners who will pull people towards them into the raid. They also have a poison
stream
spray,
quality.
I think they only do it in front of them, so the tanks will have to make sure that they're facing those away. And they're gonna pull us back all the way back here. This is ultra safe to be pulling it back like this.
Look at that paladin
if we have trouble
shield.
with the Venom Stalker, we may do it this way as well.
Where is it?
But I I think we might be able to just blow up the Venom Stalker and I have to worry about it. Anyone have any concerns or questions about these packs? The biggest thing is the Venom Stalker. The rest of it's not really that bad. It's just more annoying because of the Venom Stalker. You can see where he gets pulled in. It just pulls you in. You can just move right back after that. Just to confirm, can you guys hear me?
Yep.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Jesus.
Yep.
I can find you a video where they. I mean, it's the speed run where they take damage from the poison, but yeah.
Yeah, it's not super important.
Yeah.
As long as you know that it is something that you want to actively try to avoid. It does look like they pull it out LOS again too, which is something that we may do. So I haven't decided yet if we're going to LOS the spider. Basically, it'll just be a healer going with the tank around the corner. Druid or paladin, probably druid, and just keeping them alive and dispelling the poisons from the charge. That's basically it. He doesn't hit hard enough where one healer couldn't just keep him up. It's more dangerous if you pull and then the tank gets pulled in by the spinner, and then all the spiders hit him while everyone's kind of like too far away to do anything about it. So that's why you see them. I went black for a second. That's why you see them LOSing those pulls.
Oh, an intermission. I see.
So Venom Stalkers have 92,000 HP, so we could
Yeah, it's not that
kill
much.
them very quickly.
You're gonna get one charge. I'd be on, if you're focusing them, I'd be surprised if you got two. So the biggest thing is just making sure that you're pre-spread for it.
For reference, that's about the amount of health that one of the Gehenna's ads has in Molten Core, one of the side guys, if we're bursting him down.
Yeah, I think it's about the same as the Sartura ad.
Yeah, it's gonna take us less than 10 seconds to kill one, I imagine.
Yeah. Plus, they don't have any anything that makes them go immune. There's no CC except for the spinners that pull a couple of people. Really, if you're just focusing it, you can kill it pretty fast. And if everyone's just ready with cleanses for the charge, those pulls are going to be super easy. So just range spread, and then just make sure that you are ready to dispel the poison immediately, and there'll be no issue.
We're not putting Curse of Weakness on anything, right?
No.
Okay. I saw him put it on his bar, so I just wanted to make sure.
Did he put it on his bar?
Yeah, he literally just opened his spellbook and put it on his bar.
I don't know.
God, could you even imagine?
No. Okay, so this fight here, this is the first boss, Nubricon. Pretty easy. Usually this is the reason you go this wing first. I shouldn't have any issue killing this boss. There's gonna be two ads that come along with it. The crypt cards here. They do a couple of things. They have a cleave, so you need to be careful about that. It hits the three closest targets to whoever is number one threat. So they also have a stacking acid spit that they put on the tanks. That's not something you really need to worry about. That's just to make sure that you don't just off tank them with a tank the entire time, and not do anything with them, because after a while that'll just become too much to manage. So you would either need to tank swap or something if you weren't going to DPS them down, which we're going to, so it's not necessary to worry about. What they also do, though, let me see if they do at the beginning here, is a web root. And I don't know where this guy's going, but you can see they're going to put it on all the melee that are around them, or really anyone that's around them. We may pull these, and you can see it right here. We may pull these on top of a Nubricon and just cleave it down with him. Or we may not. I'm inclined to not at the beginning, and then it's something that we try later. So at the beginning, we're just going to do it easy, because we're not going to wipe on this fight unless something strange happens. So just going to kill the ads. They're going to web wrap.
Look at that Nightfall proc.
Are going to use a potion, probably a FAP there as melee. Just make sure that you aren't staying out of range of the ads if they get moved, or if you kill one, because it lasts for 10 seconds. That's a long time to be stuck somewhere. So I would just use a FAP to get that taken care of. This phase, it's bugged. It was bugged in the PTR, but you can see where he does the spikes there. He's going to target a random person in the raid and use Impale, and that will make it so that everyone in that path is going to get knocked into the air. They're going to take a bunch of damage. They're going to get knocked up. It doesn't look like the pathing is very good on this. This is from a private server because it looks like it's supposed to hit them a couple of times and it doesn't. So, but if you get hit with it, it's not that big of a deal. You will take a little bit of fall damage. Mages can blink to avoid the damage, get down more quickly. And then I'll go back here a little bit. Then he does what's called Locust Swarm. So this is the reason you can't sit there and DPS him. If it was just that one ability, it wouldn't matter. But he does Locust Swarm, which will be pretty easy animation to on a very reliable timer. It looks like he sticks his ass in the air when he starts it, and it'll get a raid warning anyways, and I'll probably yell it out. What happens then is anyone that's nearby him, and I think it's like a 40-yard or 35 or 40-yard range. You can't DPS them during that. Will get a debuff that causes, I think it's 2,500 damage every 2 seconds and silences you. So even if you could technically DPS it, which I don't think you can, I would not risk it because you're just going to be silenced for and take a bunch of damage. So unnecessary. He's also going to do a couple of other things. When he starts that phase, he's going to spawn another one of these crypt guards each time he does that transition. So it's sort of natural that since you can't DPS the boss, you just kill the crypt guard. It's the off tank will pick it up. You just do that, and then you start working your way over to the other side. We will probably kill this before he's fully finished with his transition to the other side. And so just make sure that you're not going in too early if possible. He will also use an ability where any corpses on the ground, he'll spawn ads out of them, little tiny bugs, scarabs that there'll be 10 of them. And then you'll just have to AoE them down. So the casters just have to be ready for that. They come from the crypt guards. They also come from anybody that has died from their corpses too. So that'd be the number one way that you sort of wipe on this fight, if it ever happened, is you would just have too many people dead. That when there's a scarab spawn for that, and it's there's 20 people dead, you just can't deal with the 200 ads very easily, right? It's just maybe if you have all your mages alive, but if you have 20 people dead, your mages are probably dead. So that's just the fight. So it just kind of goes back and forth. It's a pretty simple fight. Most of it's on the tank just to make sure that they're gonna run around the outside ring. The boss moves a little bit slower during the Locust Swarm, and you can use either a Hunter or a Swiftness Pod or something to get away quickly, so you're just not getting hit by him during that time. Does anyone have any questions or need some clarification?
If you do get hit by the Locust Storm, it's also a pacify, so you also can't use abilities. Don't stay in.
Yeah, and there's no reason to push it. It's going to be an easy fight. There's no reason to risk it. It'll be a detriment if you risk it. All right, and then they go to the next area. You just get another pack of these small bugs. I think those are optional. You just pull them anyways, though. They're so easy. You don't want them to come with another pack. It's the same thing as the patrols that went around, except it's just hanging out in the corner. I don't really know why the gate's not open, because the gate should open with Nubercon. Again,
Pretty straightforward fight. I don't foresee us, like Verse said,
still
dying.
killing something back there.
So.
It's okay.
And notice how they don't have world buffs either. They have 0 world buffs. So that's going to be a super easy fight. Yeah, they did Flask and Potion and use consumables, but no world buffs. So for us, we'll probably have world buffs and it'll be super quick as long as people are not
All right, next room here. These packs are going to be pretty similar as the earlier groups. Another one of these patrols here. The difference is that these packs don't have a Venom Stalker in them. They have a Crypt Reaver. So the Crypt Reaver, it cleaves and has a poison. Generally, you just pull it out. You kill the rest of the group, and then you kill them. You just take them away from the other ones and cleave everything down. I don't know if this is what they're going to do in this video, but that's generally what happens. And all these spinners, these are the ones that have the poison spray and the pull. So you want to make sure that you're not. You definitely want to LOS and pull these back here, so you don't get pulled into the room.
These pulls, I guess, are kind of like the Dragonkin in BWL. Just staying out of line of sight.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a couple of the ads ring free. Definitely don't want that. But you can see they just pull a random person in every once in a while. You just run back out. It's no big deal. There's no reason that these can't really be stacked. I don't know why they have them all split like this, other than maybe they just got it loose, and you definitely don't want to face them towards the raid. So they're just deciding that that's better just to leave where it's at, and that's probably the smart thing to do. But
Does
you
it pull
can
in
just
front
stack
of them?
these.
Does it pull to their mouth or to their ass?
Right underneath them.
Okay.
Now, at this point, you technically can. There's a group on the left that's the same exact group. You can technically clear one or the other, and get through if you hug the wall. First week, we're probably not going to do that. Some people have wide hips and pull things, so we'll probably just pull that. But eventually, when we're just trying to get through quickly, we will skip one of the sides. So again, they're going to pull the same thing. They'll pull it back and do the same thing with the group here. Let's see if they stack it up a little bit better. You can see where the whole raid gets hit when they're facing there. And you see the damage that they take. So if you start facing all, like 5 of those towards the raid and they start hitting everybody, you can see all the damage that starts going out. It would just be crazy.
I know a lot of you can't really see what's going on because it's kind of like pixelated from his point of view, and I'm like restreaming it. So I'll include the link to the YouTube video that Verse is watching in the description as well. But I think for the most part, you should be able to get an idea on what's going on.
All right, and then the next pull will be 2 of the Venom Stalkers again. Now, I was watching in this video, and I had to double check, but I don't believe that they should be sheepable. I could be corrected on this, but I do think that they sheep one of these.
I mean, we can always try to have a made sheep, right? And just prepare for it not to be sheeped and just like see if it does work or not.
Yeah, I could check. I don't know if it shows on the logs too. Also to note, these are technically named a different name, so maybe they are, because these are Necro Stalkers, and the ones in the previous room were Venom Stalkers. So technically they're a different mob. You'll see a couple instances of that with basically the same ability. They're they have the ability to do the poison charge.
Awk.
Yeah, you can see like one tick of that here hits him for nearly half of his health from just one tick of that. Not cleansing. I don't know if it'll get cleansed before he gets hit again, but does a significant amount of damage when they get hit with that. If you get 10, 20 people hit with that, then it's pretty big.
The poison will affect everyone within 15 yards of the charge target, so it's a wide radius. It's very spooky.
Yeah, so spread out. But yeah, if they can't be polymorphed, then we'll just LOS one around the door. Either way, we're not going to fight 2 of them at the same time with the full raid. We will either LS or CC it. And there's another pack just like that that's coming up here. Let's see if I can move up a little bit here. Yeah, so they pull just another. Let's get just a 2-pack of these. So they're not that bad, as long as you deal with the poison. If you are a healer that can dispel poison, that's always priority over healing. So priests are going to be only healing, but paladins and druids, make sure that is your number one concern when you see those poisons go out. People should be using things on themselves to get it off, but get the poison off before you worry about healing, unless someone's literally about to die. Now with these packs here, there's 5, 6 packs. I think it's 6 packs of these mobs before you can do Fairly Know Who's in the Room. You have to clear all of them, because if you try to skip some and pull, yeah, it's 6 packs. Before you do the if you try to like skip some of them, they come with the boss, so you have to clear the whole thing. They're pretty dangerous. We'll probably lose. A number of people might even have wipes on these. There's 2 different mobs in there. There's cultists and there's acolytes. So the cultists are more of an annoying mob than anything. They will do an AoE knockback, and then that knockback will then completely do a threat wipe. So they're pretty annoying to tank. More there to cause kind of chaos than anything. And then the other mobs are the acolytes, which just do a ton of damage. They have 2 AoEs. They have an arcane explosion and a shadow bolt volley, and both of them do a lot of damage, and they use them a lot. So there will be interrupts that will be assigned to all the acolytes, and then those have to be done right away. I kind of like the strategy that they're doing here. You can see where they mark up the targets, and they do a pre-pull with casters, where they can pretty much kill like 1 to 2 targets before they even get to the raid. And I think that's probably something that we will do. That way you're not waiting for everything to group up and then kill them. You can knock out 2 of the, looks like they're doing the cultists, which is probably a smart bet. So they're not tossing everyone around. But yeah, after you get the initial targets down and they come in, really you just want to just AoE them down. They don't have a ton of health. It's really just the damage that they're outputting that is really annoying. So a lot of healing will need to be done here. And it's just to kind of rinse and repeat. They do pull them really safely, which is something we will do as well. Because if you try to run up, you might be able to, do it a little more quickly. But if you start getting cultists that throw you and they throw you in the wrong direction, all of a sudden you're pulling another group, and then you wipe. So, any questions about these packs at all?
Is this one of the packs where we're gonna want to pop like a GSPP just to like keep people up, or are we just gonna say it's okay if people die here?
You'll eat the GSPP in like 1 pack easily.
Yeah. I'm not gonna tell anybody to use the GSPP, but if you are very concerned about losing world buffs, it's something I recommend. What might be a better bet, honestly, is an arcane potion because of the arcane explosions, and it's much cheaper.
Can always pack some shadow resist.
I wouldn't do shadow resist for this.
We'll have at least 60 from the priest, hopefully.
Yeah. So, but yeah, the arcane potion is like a gold or something. So if you're really worried about that, arcane potion's going to be protection potion is probably where you're at. I wouldn't use a great shadow protection potion. I mean, you can absolutely if you're rolling in gold. Go ahead and pop these packs, but you're not going to have it for every one of them. And there's going to be times that you don't have the protection. But if you're worried it's speed run, you're worried about losing your world buffs, yeah, I mean, go for it. I'm never going to tell you not to use a protection potion. So I'm going to fast forward a little bit here so we can get to the boss. It's just the same rinse and repeat here.
Well, one question I do have is these are kind of like going down fairly quickly. They don't have world buffs. Like with us having world buffs, like are we gonna kill them? Like, how many casts do you think of like those AoEs would realistically go out? I guess
depends on the interrupts. They spam the abilities. So if we aren't interrupting, a lot.
Sounds good.
You notice on one of the pulls, like all of their mages counterspelled a different mob too, which is very helpful.
Well, if they're ranged pulling, you won't have the rogues and warriors in position anyways. You'll have to open with counterspell, I think.
So Fairlina, this is second boss. She has two different types of ads you can see here. So there's three on her left and three on the right. Um, there's the worshippers and the followers. So the followers are these guys that are like in the middle of the packs. These guys don't really have a special place in this fight. They're kind of just fodder. So we're just going to kill those quickly, cleave them down with the boss. Not anything you need to worry about. They have a charge that they do. Don't worry about these guys. Really, just kill them. The other four are going to be off tanked near the boss, and these are not to be killed. So there shouldn't be any damage going on them. Only thing you should be killing are these two ads, the followers and the boss. So the reason for that is what's going to happen when we're fighting Fairlena. She's going to do a couple of things. So first of all, she has a rain of fire. So if there's rain of fire, pretty simple. That's bad. Move out of that. There should be, you should notice that pretty easily. But she has two other abilities that she has. One is a poison bolt volley that she throws out. That does it's like 1,500 damage or so, and then it leaves a debuff on you as well for poison. And she also has an enrage that like every other enrage, she hits harder, hits faster. So the way to combat that is these followers, they have to be mind controlled, and then they have a sacrifice ability that they use to cancel the enrage and the poison bolt volley. So um, if you there's like two ways you could technically do it. If you if she is enraged, then you can mind control and you can cancel the enrage with it, or you can use it preemptively. So if you mind control and use it on her, it silences her and suppresses the abilities. So if you are using one every 30 seconds on her, then she will neither enrage or use the poison bolt volley. I feel like we pretty easily have the DPS to do that, considering that these other targets, they're going to die very quickly, the followers, that we just focus on the boss. So that's going to be our strategy, is just every 30 seconds, we're going to take a follower, sacrifice it on her, and then just before 30 seconds again, we're going to get another one and sacrifice it on her until she's dead. The only thing you have to worry about is the rain of fire.
Question on the followers. With them being just cleaved down, if it ends up making sense, do higher DPS dots have a place on there, or are we still doing debuff prior? Like, should we throw up corruptions, basically?
You can if you want. There's no debuff priority, but they're not really that consequential. So if it's going to hurt your like main DPS, I wouldn't. But yeah, it doesn't hurt to put it on them. But no, there's no debuff priority on the two ads.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. So yeah,
just if they have to die, it might make sense. But I mean, if they don't matter, they don't matter.
Yeah, they're not a big deal. To be honest, I think they have each like 100,000 hit points as well. So they're going to die pretty quick. And like I said, all they have is a single target charge, which doesn't drop threat, and they'll go back to whoever had aggro. So that's
Doesn't
about
it have an AoE silence at the end? I thought Ava was mentioning that.
I don't think so.
They have a 10-yard AoE silence.
Do they? I don't even know about that. Okay, if they do, they do. That's fine. But I don't remember that.
Might be worth killing them first if they're gonna die quick anyways.
Are we having one priest do the mind control throughout the fight, or are you assigning multiple priests?
It only needs to be one priest, because you just do it every 30 seconds. There doesn't have to be multiple priests doing it.
The worst case scenario is that like healers are running from a rain of fire, charged AoE silence because they're grouped up running from the rain of fire, and then she hits really hard.
Yeah, so the other thing is so if you are using it to stop an enrage. So this is just hypothetically, if we had lost a bunch of people at the beginning for whatever reason, right? Let's say we are finishing up a pack and that throws us into the boss, and we're quickly trying to pull it together, but we've lost like 10 DPS, and so it's still something we think we could do, for instance. Then instead of just using it to preempt enrages, you can use it to stop the enrages. So if you use a sacrifice on the boss, once she's enraged, it'll stop the enrage for 60 seconds. However, it will only stop the poison for the 30 seconds. So essentially, yeah, when you use it on her, it does two things. One, it prevents uh, the poison bolt volley and enrage from being used for 30 seconds, and if you use it to cancel the enrage, she won't be able to use it again for 1 minute. But we'll usually just be preempting it so that she never enrages. Not because we care too much about the enrage, it's more that we just don't want to get poison bolt volleyed. So the enrage is not like a game ender enrage, right? It's not like something that's gonna if she ends up enraging that you just wipe it. It's that she just does a bunch more damage. So if that happens, I'll switch to a shield. Make sure that you guys are uh, obviously healing me more. Wait for a sacrifice, and that's it. Like for instance, if we're trying to do a mind control, and for whatever reason it resists twice right away, and she ends up enraging, then uh, it may happen.
She does hit harder than Oro does, and I think the enrage is 75% attack speed.
Yeah, she does, but it's not a big deal because unless people are getting hit by um, the poison bolt volley, which shouldn't be happening, or you can see the poison bolt volley is going out here, or the rain of fire, which you can see there. Then there's not really that much raid damage to necessarily heal. So just make sure people are spread. We shouldn't have these poison bolt volleys that are doing damage, and really it's just rain of fire. Now the rain of fire does hit pretty hard, so you need to move out immediately. It's not one of those things where you want to just keep doing your cast and think, oh, okay, I'll just finish it. It does like 2k damage, so you definitely don't want to stand in the rain of fire. You need to move immediately.
Worth bringing greater fire protections.
I mean, you could. It's not going to kill you, so you'd have to stand in the fire for it to kill you.
I mean, I know some of our DPS are gonna try to finish their cast, so if you know that you have that bad habit, literally if you're taking damage, you just need to stop and move. There's no reason to stand still, and that's what you should be doing anyways. But just to reiterate, because I know some people finish their cast before they move out.
I'd expect our raid to have her dead by this point, if not sooner. So.
Oh yeah, she only has 1.3 million hit points, so it's gonna go pretty quickly.
I actually like this because it's a nice comparison because they don't have world buffs and they're only using regular consumables. So that's kind of where I would see us doing it, I guess.
He's blasting.
Well, one of the things too, I mean, they don't have hit point values showing, but on private servers, they generally buff things, and I'm sure they're buffed on this server. They have higher hit point pools, or do more damage, or things like that. But yeah, I mean, you could. It's nice that you're seeing it, and they're not just immediately killing in 5 seconds, or But I would say probably, yeah, if we're unworld buffed, that's about the speed it's going to take.
For comparison, we kill Thancred with on non-DMF weeks in about 40 seconds, and Thancred has 1 million HP. She has 1.3, so we're gonna kill it around a minute.
Tomb Horrors here, they don't really do anything really special. You can just group all this up and AoE it.
Fair assessment by Abu.
I'll just move a little bit further here. These groups we're just gonna AoE these groups.
Please decurse on those.
See here, the Spirit of Naxx Ramus. So there's a couple. Let me go back a couple seconds here, actually. So there's some mobs in this room, and technically you could skip this whole room here. If you look down to, I mean, we may not, but if you go down to the left here, when you first walk in, there's some slime. You can actually hug that and get around this room.
Oh shit, I remember that.
I do remember that as
well.
So,
you know, maybe pull the ghouls because they're not really of any real consequence.
Wrath, not retail. Wrath.
They do a frenzy when they get low and do more damage, so be mindful of that when you're healing the tanks. But otherwise, you just cleave them down. They're not a big deal.
Look at those Nightfall triggers, by the way.
This Spirit of the Naxx, this guy just does a Shadow Bolt volley. He comes by himself. So, do we have to skip? No. Will we skip this far group? I don't see why we wouldn't. So, but they're not really anything that's gonna kill you.
Trash drops, baby.
That's true.
If they're an easy fight.
They are. Yeah, these things are easy. We shouldn't lose anybody on these. It just takes a second to kill them. They're pretty low hit points.
Well,
One thing I
with Words of
noticed-
Thawing, war-torn scraps and shit, and trash drops, probably worth killing if they're easy.
Yeah, especially at the beginning.
Words of Thawing are the real poggers, I imagine.
Depends how many
was gonna
trash
say.
farmers there are and what the price ends up being.
Looks like some of them are stunnable.
As long as
so
we have enough, we have enough. If we leave any on the table,
keep that
it
in mind.
sucks.
All right, and there's a couple of patrols. I'm not sure which one they do next. It looks like it's the spiders. So it's actually, this is 2 separate patrols here. You definitely don't want to pull that all at once.
This would be really
I'm
bad.
pretty sure that green liquid hurts really badly if you stand in it.
It doesn't do any damage. It reduces your hit points and stats by a flat amount.
Yeah, that's what it
green
was.
is good. You stand it, you get more health back.
Yeah, so these are the Necro Stalkers. So you see how they sheep one? If we can, we will do that. I don't really know if that's a possibility, but if it is, we'll do it. If not, then we'll just tank the 2. Spread out. There's a ton of room to spread here. So just make sure if you get hit, you just cleanse yourself. No big deal. Rinse and repeat. So we're talking about these next mobs, though. There's the Plague Gargoyles. I don't know if they're going to do that next to the Acolytes, but the Plague Gargoyles, you'll see similar mobs in the Plague Wing. They're going to do a stacking AoE volley that goes in the whole raid and has a huge range. So if your DPS is high enough, you can just cleave them down together. If your DPS is on the line or not good enough, then you're going to need to separate it here. And I do believe they do a separation because if you watch how far, watch how far the AoE volley is. It's massive. So if you're going to do this, what you need to do is pull them really far, like he's doing, with a healer, so that you only get hit with half the rate on one of the ads. When they get down to 30%, they start using Stone Form, and you have, I think it's 6 seconds to kill them from 30%, which you shouldn't have any issues with, especially if you're trying to time up things with 30%, where that would ever be an issue. But you can see the raid start to take a little bit of damage here. That's with 5 stacks. If you were stacking them both up, you would have already killed it by now, but you'd probably be at like 7 or 8 stacks. I'd say probably the danger area is somewhere around like 10 stacks. That's when it gets pretty dangerous. So it's safer to do it the way that they're doing it, but I don't see a reason why you couldn't just cleave them.
One thing to note is healers, you're gonna have to heal while that dot is going out. You can't just be like, oh, we killed it, and then stop healing. You gotta keep healing because it is a dot. So just to keep that in mind, because I know we're really bad about that.
These have about 250k HP.
It actually might be worth pulling them apart, to be honest.
They're gonna do next.
I don't know.
Skip them, but I don't think so.
I feel like it's safer and more dummy proof.
Well, anyways, if they skip them and they do the Acolytes next, the Acolytes, they're the same as the Acolytes who were below at Fairlina. They have a Shadow Bolt volley and an Arcane Explosion. They don't have a lot of hit points. They should die pretty quickly. I think
just the 2 of them seems easier.
Yeah, it's more like, did you accidentally pull those with something else? And that's what most of the trash is, honestly, in these at the end wings. In almost all cases, it's like, oh, every one of the pulls is not hard, but did you accidentally pull something else at the same time? Then it's hard. Like if you had those guys and the gargoyles at the same time, and well now you're dealing with 4 mobs that can AoE and it's different types of AoE. Like some of it stacks and some of it they spam, and it's like then it's a bit of an issue. But if you're methodical and pulling them in a proper order, shouldn't have any issue. So just more of the same packs as they're going up. You can see this room up here.
I remember this room.
I don't remember what the Death Hounds are, honestly.
More trash than I remember.
I don't remember Death Hounds or Plague Hounds.
I remember the room. I don't remember the Plague Hounds either. But I remember the room because I remember looking into it and being like, "Wow, that is a lot of mobs in a room."
Find out 1 second.
They seem to be tanking them separate, which says something.
Well, if I'm looking at a Wrath one, but I don't think so because I'm looking at their gear. I don't that looks like a.
Well, you're not looking at Wrath because there's 40 people in here.
Oh yeah, good point. I don't remember the Plague Hounds though.
There's got to be a reason they tanked them separate.
What's the name of the mob?
I thought it was Plague Hound. Regardless, whatever. I mean, if it's there, I don't recognize these being in there, but if they are, it's not going to be any issue. Most of the stretch, like I said, is just doing one group at a time. All right, and once you clear through that room, then you just climb the web to Mexna. Has a huge room, but we're only going to use a small portion of it. So when we pull her, Raid's going to kind of be standing back where everyone's at right now. We're going to be pulling her back towards the side and then turning her around so that she's facing the way that he's looking at this moment. Mostly a tank and spank fight. There's a couple of additional factors. So during the fight, she'll do a web wrap, which will throw 3 people against the wall and put them in a cocoon. And they can't do anything while they're in the cocoon. So people have to DPS them out. Cocoons have like somewhere around 4,000 hit points. So when you see people get thrown against the wall and put in a cocoon, range just churn and kill them. We'll probably have people assigned to that because they die so quickly. We don't need all the range to just churn and do that. Honestly, it might just be the hunters or the warlocks.
Are they thrown backwards or?
Yes, that's why the raid is positioned this way.
Yeah,
where we're at is so that people just need to turn around and attack. So,
okay.
If you're on the side of the room, it'd be very difficult. So I don't know if he gets web wrapped or looks at anyone that does. I didn't watch this whole run, but hopefully he turns to DPS so you can see. So first cocoon, you can see those people. 3 people got launched there, and he's sort of trying to look. Oh, so yeah, see, so you can see the one up on the wall there. They're just gonna go kill it. So you can see that these die very quickly, and then once they release, the person just comes out. It's no big deal. They do take damage while they're in there, so we do have to make sure that we're breaking those quickly and then healing them. It's 700 damage per second. Then next big part of the fight here is that you can see what happened here. She does a web spray every 40 seconds that incapacitates the entire raid for 10 seconds. She continues to DPS though, including the tank who's also incapacitated. So what you have to do is make sure that the tank is topped off right before that, and that we have hots on there. So all hots are a go. Don't worry about world buffs. That has to keep the tank alive through that 10 seconds because they won't be able to do anything about it. You won't be able to do anything about it. There's another thing that is kind of an issue is this necrotic poison. So when this goes on the tank throughout the fight, that will reduce any healing they receive by 90%. So normally during the fight, it's not a big deal. You just remove it right away. But while she can do that, and she's going to do that while he's stunned. So not only do HOTS need to be rolling, but poison removal from a druid needs to be on there as well. Super important that that's up. And then immediately after the stun ends, you can see his tail ticking down there, have to be brought to full right away. And then every 30 seconds or so, I didn't point out before, you see these ads here. Every 30 seconds, she's going to spawn ads underneath her, and then those have to be AoE'd immediately. So that's why the mages aren't going to be focusing on the people on the walls. One is because they want to keep the ignite going, but two, the ads are going to be primarily the mage's concern, with the warlocks assisting how they can. But Hellfire is kind of a dangerous AoE, so
Man, if only we had Shadow Fury.
If only, right? So again, you can see the health getting chunked on the tank while he's getting hit. If you're not topped off, it's a big deal. He's sitting on 11k hit points, so he's wearing tier 3. He's got a shield on. He's got flask, so he's got it all, right? So just make sure that we are watching the tank, and I will try to call out when it's coming. A few seconds out at least, so that you are aware of it, because it can get kind of hectic. Now, another thing that we need to watch out for is when she gets under 30%, she enrages and starts hitting a whole lot harder and faster, right? So what we want to try to do, if possible, is avoid a web spray happening during the enrage. If that happens, or is going to happen, you can see right here, web sprays even though she's almost dead, she's at 1%, this guy go ahead and use shield wall because that web spray is coming in like under a second, right? So does he necessarily have to use it there? I mean, probably not. 5%, yes, right? Like she probably would have just died to the dots or whatever is going out anyways, but like yeah, see right there, like, so that shield wall, it's not super necessary when he did it, but generally, yes, you'll want to use a shield wall. Unless poor person gets stuck in the cocoon and dies because everyone is web sprayed. So yeah, the other person over there, make sure that if you are assigned to kill the cocoons, that you make that your priority, that you're getting those people out of there.
If a cocoon does happen during a web spray, did we determine if lips or FAPs can get you out, or other, or PvP trinkets or whatever?
I haven't confirmed. You may be able to get out with anything that removes stun. So if your PvP trinket removes stun, or like a living action potion,
because that seems like a shitty way to die.
It's a shitty way to die. But yeah, that may work. It does not work for the web spray though. Nothing gets you out of the web spray. Even a bubble won't get you out of it. You may be able to vanish it, but it's going to hit everybody. The only thing you can do is maybe batch a vanish.
If you've ever killed Lethon, imagine web spray being like the 25% from Lethon, except like, actually no, it pretty much is. So. With the added poison, obviously.
And the fact that Lethon wishes he could hit like Mixna.
Yeah, Mixna probably hits about twice as hard as Lethon does.
Okay, so the Plague Wing, first couple of packs are not a big deal. It has one of these. We'll get to this gargoyle is basically almost the same as the other gargoyle that they had the 2 packs of at the end of the hallway. It does the stacking volley that they put out, and they turn to stone at the if you don't kill them in time at 30%, you have 6 seconds. So that mechanic's the same. It's just a different named mob that they have. The groups that are going to come up is going to have ghouls. They have like a frenzy that they do, which will do a lot of damage, but so just be ready to heal that. And there's also the plague slimes, which are different colors, which you can see like a green and red. The color that they are determines which school of magic they are immune to. So just make sure that you're not lining up your spells with whatever color that they are when you're trying to kill them. It'll be pretty easy to tell.
I assume DBM will have something as well.
I mean, they're a certain color. You just look at what color they are.
Well, some people are colorblind, Verse.
Sure, I guess yes, but they will change too. So, but just keep an eye on it, um, and they move super slow. If you see how slow they move, they're super slow. So, I know they have all the casters going in on the ghouls. Um, I think the melee just kills the ghouls, and the casters and the ranged will kill the slimes. And we're not going to try to tank them because they hit hard. So we're just going to kite them. So that'll be the strategy. Is just range will start on the slimes. By the time the melee get to it, there'll be a bunch of threat already built up from the range DPS. Looks like we get the gargoyle a little bit early here, which is fine. But
like I tried Searing Pain and it was immune twice.
Melee and ghouls ranged on slimes.
I just want to point that out.
Those dogs basically just melee, by the way. They have like a weapon damage ability they use periodically.
Oh, that's probably why I don't remember them. I think they're only there too. I don't think they're anywhere else in the dungeon.
They didn't even show up on the guide that I was looking at. Poor little puppers.
All right, and then there's two more of these groups in here. So technically, you can thread the needle and go between the two groups. We are not going to do that to start. We're going to pull one of the groups, probably the group on the right as you walk in. I don't know why he's jumping around over here. I'm going to go a little bit here in the video. Yeah, see, they're pulling another group. Same thing. They're just kiting out of the room. We're not going to have any tanks in those. So melee, when you do switch to those, just be sure you're watching the threat, because if you start getting high, you probably just want to stop, or like switch to the other one, or if you're high on both, just not DPS because they will churn and they'll probably just kill you. Oh, they're gonna pull both groups. It looks like. Okay, yeah, this group we are likely to skip. We may pull it first week, just so we have more room, and because we are looking for scraps and other things. So not whenever there's a not particularly hard group, we probably just pull it just to get more chances it drops. Dies pretty quickly, not a big deal.
With the mention of scraps, are we doing like what we did with all the scarabs and such? It's just gonna go straight to the guild bank for those, and then like as people get like tiers needed, you'll pass them out, or how are we gonna handle those?
We'll probably just pass them out at the end of the raid. We should. I don't know what the drop rates are looking like, but we should have enough scraps to just give it to people as they get the items. Scraps are pretty common. So I don't think that'll be an issue. Before, like, it wasn't an issue for like scarabs, it was the idols that were an issue, right?
So this is more like scarabs than idols.
I'd say closer to scarabs, yes.
Worst case, we can always do an alt trash farm and just kill basically these packs over and over.
Well, and there'll be people that do that.
Oh yeah, I'll be one of them.
So yeah, scraps. Even if we have to like, even if we had to use guild bank money to buy some of them at the beginning, like they're still going to be cheap and bountiful. So it's not something we need to worry about. That's not going to be, as long as you have like your other materials, that'll be the easy part. I don't know why they're pulling all of it.
Fun fact: mages can solo this room. Just takes like forever.
Skill feels like a perfect hair analog.
Yeah, so they did it. So I went a little too far, but the first group, there's two of the gargoyles that are like already in stone form. You can't even like target them. Looks like they pulled them. I think they separated the 2-pack again, which I don't really think is necessary. I mean, is the safer way to do it, but I think we have the DPS just to pretty much just do both at the same time.
Yeah, I mean they're only doing the acid spit every like 8-9 seconds. 250k HP each. Like we'll kill them very quickly.
They're gonna even pull this other one all the way back. Jesus. Okay. So there's another pack like just on the stairs here where they're pulling back. That's also stone. I think there's 2 more packs in that hallway. Actually, of 2. So we need to make sure that we're not moving too far ahead. We're not going ahead of the tanks, because if you pull them early and we still have a debuff up, then it's probably a wipe. Because if you're going in with 5, 6, 7 stacks, and then you have to fight 2 more, the only thing, well, maybe not a wipe, then you have to sacrifice tanks probably, or whoever, because you need to hold them away from the group long enough so that the debuff resets.
I appreciate your sacrifice, Gorg.
I don't know why there's just 1. There should have been 2 with that group. That's all right.
Rip Gorg.
But yeah, that's just those. Let me go ahead to the next boss. You just clear down the stairway, and then you are at Noth. Noth is a very easy boss. So he has 2 phases. So the first phase, when he's on the ground, he has a couple of abilities that he uses. First is a curse that he will put out at the beginning of the fight, and then every minute after that. So it will target the 15 closest people, and you have to dispel it immediately. So all mages, druids, everyone has to dispel that right away. You can't rely on a couple people doing it, because it's 15 people that you dispelled in 10 seconds, and you get to count for spell batching and things like that too. So immediately drop whatever you're doing and dispel, because if you don't, it's going to wipe the raid, guaranteed. Because what happens is they will get it'll turn into Curse of the Plaguebringer will turn into Wrath of the Plaguebringer, which causes sheddable damage to everyone around you for 1,000 damage every 2 seconds. And when I say around you, I mean like 30, 35 yards, and then it spreads. So if you let it go off, it's going to wipe the raid. So don't worry about stopping or finishing your cast. Just immediately dispel everybody, and it's going to be all melee, because it's the 15 closest people. So most of the melee are generally in the same groups 1 through 4. So it should be pretty easy to see who has it. Your raid frame should show who's cursed. Now he will also blink throughout the fight, which you just saw. When he blinks, it's a full aggro reset when he does that. So when you see the blink timer coming up, make sure that we are not rolling ignites, that we are getting ready to stop DPS as soon as he blinks. So if he blinks and you're still casting your Shadow Bolt, you need to stop for a second, because if you have a big crit go off right after that, it will be difficult to pick back up.
He is not tauntable, by the way, in Classic.
I was about to ask.
He's not tauntable.
And the blink's always a fairly short distance. He's not going to blink like way across the room. Also, when he blinks, he puts a cripple on anyone within melee range of him. So that has to be dispelled too. So also during the fight, if you can see, there's these skeletons that come in from the corners of the room. Believe we are just going to get those pulled in and just cleave it with the boss. We're not going to, I don't see why we would necessarily try to tank them in the different corners of the room. So we're going to pull them with the boss and try to cleave them. Ideally, we kill the boss before he gets to phase 2. So if you can see here, hold on 1 second. A little bit too far back. Yeah, but you got like a minute and a half to burn him. Once he gets to the end of the timer here, he's going to teleport up to a balcony. You can't really see it right now where he's facing, but up to the left here, there's a balcony where you can't target him, but you can still see him. But he'll go into phase 2 at that point. Phase 2 happens, then all the skeletal piles around the room start to spawn various ads that need to be tanked until he comes back down.
They're not bad.
It's not bad. It's just annoying.
Yeah, it's a time sink.
Yeah, so it takes him over a minute for him to come back. It's nice that you can kind of see the ads in here. So you're gonna have the tanks spread at the different corners, picking them up. Um, but the ads aren't bad.
We have like 90 seconds to do 1.6 million HP. I'd be very surprised if he teleports on us.
Yeah, the only thing that really kind of like screwed over, honestly, is cripples not coming off. People kind of ignoring the threat drop, and he's running all over the place, so we can't like pick him up, and we kind of lose a bunch of DPS time while the melee's trying to chase him around. That's the only thing I could really see causing that. But I think we're probably just gonna burn him before he gets up to the balcony.
What was the blink cooldown again?
25 seconds.
So 3 blinks. So keep your lips ready.
Yeah, you can see here, even though you can target him, I mean, I don't even know if you can actually target him, to be honest. That might just be a private server thing. But even if you can't DPS him up there. Again, when he comes back, it's going to be fresh threat. He blinks, and same thing. So just making sure we are decursing. We are getting the cripple off. We are getting the skeletons pulled in to the group. Yeah, I don't know why. There's not a reason why the raid needs to be so spread like this. Because, like I said, he doesn't blink super far, so you could be grouped up a little bit more than this, so that the skeletons are kind of coming to the same place. Like you see there, that's about like his blink range. He's not going to blink to like the opposite corner of the room or anything like that. So
Easy
having all the
peasy.
people, all the healers and stuff in the same general area makes it so it's easier to pick up the ads as they come in. They don't necessarily have to be tanked like all the way over here at this corner like the tanks are doing. You can, but it doesn't have to be.
You just stack the whole raid on top of the boss in the middle.
No, right? Because of if one of the things doesn't get decursed, you just want the melee.
Oh, we wipe, period, if that happens.
True.
Hey, you can see a frozen rune just above him there. On the wall.
If we don't get decursed, we die no matter what happens.
Look, it's looting the frozen rune. Nobody looked at it.
Cripple doesn't really matter. I guess you could do that because cripple doesn't really matter for like healers and casters. It makes you move slower, and it gives you attack speed reduction. So I don't believe it increases spell.
I neither move
speed.
nor attack.
So next up is there's the gauntlet of the instance up until Heigen. So most of this trash is pretty inconsequential. I mean, there's there's the grubs and the bats. The biggest thing is the plague beasts in here that explode when they die. So that's just the biggest thing. Most of the trash really doesn't matter except for those. It does spawn, fairly quickly. Not the speed that the other suppression rooms spawn at. Like it's not like the Oro trash where it just respawns like 10 seconds after it dies. It feels like, but it is faster than normal trash. So you'll need to keep kind of clearing through. Shouldn't be an issue. What we're going to do is we're going to hook around the left here and then cut straight across. I don't know if that's the route they take. And then once we cut across, hug the right wall all the way down until we get to Heigen. So, geez, why does this take so long? Flex are doing loot. Let me see if I can. Here we go. So they start pulling here. The bats do a charge. It's not a big deal.
Do they do an AoE silence? I feel like they always do.
I don't think so. I don't think there's any silence.
Might have been a wrath thing. I swear they did.
Grubs do like an AoE poison. I think it's a frontal cone.
Frozen?
It's a weird place to use a shield wall, but there we are.
Was it Glyph of Deflection, maybe?
Yeah, you just hug the wall so you're not pulling more than you necessarily have to. Just make sure all the raids staying up with everybody because you don't want to hang back too far and then it respawns on top of you. It's a pretty short distance. The hallway is very short. You can see on the map here, this is where they came from. And they're already up to this point. All they need to do is around the corner and you're at Heigen. So these are the plague beasts. You don't want to be around those when they die.
I see that animation going off in their tank frequently enough. I think it must be like a glyph of deflection or some shit. Is it a shield wall?
It said there was a raid
Oh, did it?
warning
Oh,
that
wow.
said, yeah, shield wall and last stand.
Strange.
Nope, just putrid bite. No silence.
Yeah. Silence here, honestly, is AoE silence would be devastating because everyone's grouped up. Yeah. So, anyways, when we get to the end of the tunnel, let me see if I can move up here a little bit further for them. You're gonna make sure that you don't go into the room and pull the boss or aggro the boss early. I don't know where they stop here, but this corner, yes, I think they're gonna stop here. Is where you're gonna want to stop. You want to hang out here, make sure that you get mana back. If anyone died in the hallway, we don't know where that guy is going. That guy's going not the right place. I don't know if this is the visual bug or what, but it looks like he's running towards the boss. Okay, anyways. Yeah, this is where you just rebuff and then you run in. Just private server stuff. It takes them a while to do this, okay. All right, Heigen, they're going to pull here in a second.
My favorite boss.
Is pretty straightforward. Shortly after you pull him, the entrance is going to be blocked. So you make sure everyone gets in here. All the ranged is going to be up on his platform. And the melee obviously are going to be melee. He splits the room into 4 quadrants with the poisons. And it will go from the right side here to the left, having 1 free zone in the middle each time. So as he does a poison splash or wall or whatever you want to call it, then you move to the next zone and get all the way to the end, and then he will just rotate back from there to the previous side. This phase is really easy. Like if you're melee, you just follow me. I'm gonna be pulling them, so hopefully in a spot where you can DPS them from behind, not have to worry too much about it. But try to be mindful of where those zones are actually at, because when they get to the second phase, then you're gonna need to be a little more self-sufficient when we're doing the dance. So the reason that he can't be up here and we can't all just be up here is because he has a mana burn if you're too close to him. So obviously it doesn't matter for the melee, but that's why they have to separate them like that. So once he does his dance back and forth, and then it's he does a teleport up to the top, he can still damage him. The issue is he also has an AoE now that he does. That's a poison AoE on the platform. So aside from just the mana burn, the melee can't just run up there now and kill him while he's up there. So everyone has to do this dance where it's the same splash pattern. It's one side to the other. It's almost fast enough at this point where you could run the whole time, but if you do, you'll be running too fast. You also don't want to necessarily just follow somebody because of how batching works. If you're trying to stay on top of them, you may just die because it looks like you're on top of them, but you're not really. So trying to see where the zones are and visualize it so that when you get there to the dance, that you're doing it properly. We may lose a few people to these splashes, which is normal. And you can still DPS him if you're ranged, but try to focus on not dying.
At the end of the day, you can dance if you want to, or die.
I was hoping he would get teleported in this video, but what's going to happen, and you'll see it after this, is during the fight, he will teleport 3 people down this hallway here. There's some like eye stalks and some grubs that are in that hallway, and that group of 3 will need to make their way back to the entrance. So everything in there has a pretty low aggro radius. The grubs hit pretty hard, and the eye stalks have like no hit points, but they have like a mind flay that they use. So ideally, hopefully, you have at least one range DPS at 3 or a healer. If it's like 3 melee, it's going to be kind of tough, to be honest. But you just want to make your way back to the room, avoiding as many of the ads as you can, and then they should all like reset back out there. If you don't make your way in time back to the room before he starts doing the dance, then that room fills with poison and you die. So you can't just stay back there. You have to find a way to make your way back to the room. Otherwise you'll just die.
Question during the dance, assuming we get there. Any debuff control?
In here?
No. The dance, when we're racing back and forth. Corruptions, dots, all freaking serpent sting, whatever garbage we throw up. He should be at very low health by that point, regardless.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, I wouldn't even worry about it. If he's like got a couple of percent left, sure, but if it's like 10-15%, I wouldn't even worry about it because you're gonna have to do the dance anyways. But if it's enough damage where we could kill him during the dance, then sure.
Oh, I just meant more keeping damage up during the dance. Instant cast sort of thing.
I hesitate to say yes because I don't want to see like a bunch of, like all of a sudden I'm seeing 4 corruptions and shadow burns, and all of a sudden now we're pushing off debuffs that we'll need if he comes back from the dance. That's making sense.
Oh yeah.
So I would just not worry about it. I would say just keep the same debuff cap, even though obviously now he's not getting hit by Thunder Fury or whatever. But I would just do the dance and not worry about that. So any questions about the dance or the room or anything about that? Anyone else?
Very important. We dispel Decrepit Fever very quickly.
Oh, I forgot to mention Decrepit Fever. Yes, that's important. It's especially important for the tank. I can't believe I forgot to mention that. Yeah, so he puts a disease around him that will reduce the hit point of anyone in melee range by 50%. So really important that you get that off of me, like right away. So because he does hit pretty hard. He looks like he wouldn't hit hard, but he hits hard enough that that's a big deal. So make sure you prioritize that. The melee shouldn't really worry about it immediately. I think it just falls off after like 12 seconds or something. Let me take here.
I think so. The only problem is it does do 500 damage every 3 seconds, but I don't remember the duration on it.
I don't think it's that long, but yeah. So 500 damage every 3 seconds, not a huge amount of damage, but yes. So you can well, to be honest, there's that much damage going out anyways, except for hopefully on me. So yes, get it off of me, and then dispel the melee as you can, and keep the melee up. But if it's on a melee and the melee goes out of position and gets hit by the poison wall or the acid wall, whatever you want to call it, they will die. Because if you're just missing half your hit points and then you get hit by that and you get hit for like 4K, you're gonna die. There's melee are generally running more than like 8K hit points, so just make sure that that's something that we're focusing on. But other than that, as long as you can do the dance, it's a very simple fight. First two bosses in this wing are very easy. Next one here is Lotheb. He's the hard part of the wing. He's not even hard. This is mostly on the healers. So Lotheb
That's me.
has a couple of different things that he applies. So first is he puts a debuff on everyone that allows you to only use one healing or cleanse spell every minute. So that means that if you try to dispel a poison that he puts on, you're done, right? So what that means is we have to have everyone in a specific order for the healers so that you're lining up your biggest heal to use. And then it will go to the next person in line who will wait until I start taking damage and then use their highest level biggest heal. So whatever's going to output the maximum amount of single target health, that's what you want to use. You don't want to use like a down ranked because your mana doesn't really matter because you only heal once a minute.
He hits just as hard as any other boss in Naxx, except he can't crush. It's the only difference. Big heals.
So that's the hard part of the fight. What he also has is just a ton of hit points. How to combat that is during the fight, every 12 seconds, he's going to spawn a spore. It's going to come from the corner that's farthest from him. So what we're going to do is we're going to adjust the raid. I think it's going to be similar to how they're doing, if I remember watching this part of the video, where we're going to kind of manipulate, where he's going to be off center slightly so that we know which direction that these spores are coming from and make it so that the melee have to move the least amount of room, but in the most predictable path to get the spore. So for instance, if he's standing here, if you pull him just off like here, then he will spawn the spore in the back left corner. He could spawn at any of the corners, I think even at the doors, but it's wherever is farthest from him. So we're going to pull him just off so that the tank is kind of at the edge of the circle and the melee are kind of in the middle of the circle, DPSing him from behind. And then we'll have groups set up that will go and kill the spore. Now the spore, you have to be very close to it, like in melee range. So it doesn't move very fast. It spawns in the corner. It's like a bright orange color. It doesn't really do anything. It just slowly floats towards like the healers because they have like healing threats. So you'll see it moves super slow. But the 5 people who are closest to it will get a debuff that's technically a buff that will increase your physical hit or physical crit by 50% and your spell crit by 60%. So you're just gonna be doing like a monster amount of damage because you're just critting all the time. On top of that, it also makes it so that you don't generate any threat. So it's super important that we don't let that wander in towards me and have me be the closest, which should never happen. But we want to make sure we're not just letting that flow into the raid. You can technically get the whole raid with a little bit of downtime between the buffs, but we will likely end up doing is just skipping a portion of the healers because you get the debuff every 12 seconds and it lasts for 90 seconds. So it's just enough where you can't have the whole raid always buffed. There'll also be a bit of a wait between some people getting it versus others. So it might be, up to like about a minute before you actually get the spore because not everybody can have it. And we don't want everyone free-for-alling it and just running over there to get it because one loses time.
Next spore.
And 2, it's really inefficient because you can't really refresh who's supposed to get it. So here, you see this spore, super visible, and it's going to come every 12 seconds. So we're going to have groups set up. So it'll be like, group 2, group 3, group 4. Groups won't necessarily be what they are in a normal raid group. It'll just be that way for ease. So I don't have to like literally assign 5 people to a group that are in different groups. So while it might be slightly not the best setup, it'll be the easiest one that we can just replicate week to week. Is that we'll have just 6 DPS groups. and then a healing group. But that will just run over there. So be like group 2, then group 3, then group 4, and then once it gets to the end, it just loops back so that everyone knows which group that they're in.
Like Cthulhu salad grouping kind of thing.
Yeah, but not as much. Like, what I mean, not optimal. What I mean is likely, you know, I feel bad for hunters because hunters don't get to DPS, right? But we might have the hunters in, the melee group so they have the attack power. It's, you know, we may or may not do that. We might have like a 6th group that take, like, a couple people take the place of the hunters, for instance. But just to keep it easy and to make sure that people don't mess up the spores and get confused about when they're supposed to go, which would be more of a detriment than trying to min-max specific people getting it, it's going to be, at least at the start, until we decide that everyone is really comfortable with the fight, just groups. It's going to be group 2, group 3, group 4, group 5, and then you will just know when you're going. And that way you'll be very predictable. If you're in group 4, in group 3, you just went, okay, well, you need to watch the timer and know you need to get over there soon because you're going to be next. So it'll be the easiest for everyone to follow along. It will make a minor difference in how we do the fight versus trying to, etch out what class is going to get the most benefit. Now, speaking of classes, though, at least at the beginning, the first class that's going to get it is the mages. The damage increase that they can do when a bunch of mages get the ignite ability, just like constantly keeping ignite up, and not having to worry about threat from one person just getting a massive ignite is going to be key. I know warriors are going to generate a lot of threat. They just need to watch themselves at the beginning until they get their debuff, and then it'll be fine.
I mean, it might be worth even resetting the ignite once you've got full, almost 100% crit.
Oh, you'll want to, absolutely, 100%. And I mean, they'll be pretty easy to do. But basically, if you get 5 mages with it, then what you're likely want to do is just pop all your cooldowns at that moment when they all have it, and you probably just pyroblast to open up with 5 mages. Pyroblasting, pretty much guaranteed crit for most all of those, will get you a huge ignite, and then you just roll that.
I swear I just saw the warlock getting healed.
You did. I didn't notice that as well.
Hey, Verse, what were you saying about hunters? I think I missed that part.
I was saying that regardless of what group the hunters are in, they're still going to get the buff. So it's not going to be like trying to prioritize one class or the other. We're just going to put everyone in groups for the most benefit and static benefit. And then just, if you're in group 2, you're going to go get it. It doesn't matter if you're a warrior. It doesn't matter if you're a hunter. It doesn't matter if you're a warlock. If you're in that group, it's your turn to go get the spore. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I thought you said something about us not doing damage.
Not as much damage with the buff as other classes, like a mage.
Oh,
like mages,
okay, just a scaling thing. I got you.
Right. The scaling. I'm not saying no. You guys are gonna hunters are gonna do a bunch of damage still, but I don't think there's any argument that 5 mages getting the buff is equivalent to like hunters getting the buff, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I got you.
But especially because you guys do have a threat drop, and part of this fight is I'm going to be wearing more mitigation gear than normal, because of the fact that I cannot be healed very often. Like if I was just taking normal damage, I can be healed, it's fine, but I need to worry about reducing the amount of damage that I can take. So another part of the fight, which not really the hard part, it's more of a limiting factor because it's so slow to come up that it's not something that's going to like take you by surprise, is you notice how everyone's health is falling throughout the fight. So during the fight, starting at 2 minutes, and then every 30 seconds after that, he's going to put a curse on everyone that cannot be resisted. It can't be removed. It's called Inevitable Doom. And then it's going to do 2,500 damage to you. 2,550, but it's going to do that to the whole raid, which is not a lot to hit for every 30 seconds. But when you can't be healed, I don't know how or why he got healed in the video there, but when you can't be healed, It's a big deal. So this fight is in particular is one of the big reasons why we need greater shadow protection potions. It's one of the things you're going to want to pop early before we start the fight, so that you have your cooldown off, and then need to be using consumes on yourselves in order to get through the damage. So um, once you start taking damage, then making sure that you are using a health stone, you get bandages, and then refreshing a greater shadow protection potion. So we'll have a list of a layout for that for you guys, so you guys can see what the ideal order for that is. But just keep in mind, you won't be able to heal yourselves. The only healing you're going to get is there's going to be a Judgment of Light on the boss, and that is more or less to make up for the poison that the melee are taking around him. And it's sort of just a side benefit for the ranged. It's not going to be enough to keep you alive through the inevitable doom casts. It'd just be some small amount of additional healing.
Question for the, I guess, healing officers. Is there any idea of how many healers rotating mega heals it will take to keep Verse up in the face of this kind of damage? Like, will it take every single one of us to keep him alive, or?
With 12 healers, that's a heal coming every 5 seconds. Because it's 1 minute cooldown, right? The boss hits just like almost every other boss in Naxx, harder than Oro hits. It's a lot of damage. I would be very reluctant to commit healers to healing a Warlock.
Yeah, I don't think it's I like Virsoul be in any danger, but I would agree with Avo. Like to play it safe for like our first initial kill, I wouldn't feel comfortable personally.
The reason I bring it up is because, well, I know we're talking about groups. A single priest with a prayer of healing could be a shitload of mana for the entire Warlock party.
No, not happening.
Yeah, but you can also bandage yourself, so it's like...
I've done the numbers. I'm already counting for bandages.
We could have a priest go white well, technically, unironically.
True, but that's awkward still. Like, it's just not good except for that one fight.
It's also useful in Patchwork, potentially. Sort of.
That's one of those we'll need to see things, if that makes sense. So,
I mean, I'm getting my consumes and shit together like I'm not getting any healing, and I'm making the numbers work as best I can. I'm just throwing out there that if 11 healers can keep up the tank, it's worth thinking about.
Oh, I mean, like, I for sure think that 10 healers could keep up the tank, no problem. That being said, because it's going to be like our second week, I don't know what Beware's stance is, and he's not in here right now, but I would play it on the safe side and just want to keep up on the tank as opposed to healing the raid, for our first couple progression kills to see what it's like.
For the healers, you don't want to let me get in danger, but you also don't want to just like cast a max heal when I'm at like 80%. You want to try to limit your overhealing without letting me die.
How long do we expect this fight to take place?
Somewhere along the lines of 3 minutes.
And also, like, one thing we are going to put on the boss is, I know we talked about it in the healer channel, putting Blessing of Light. So one of the paladins is going to be wearing like 3-piece for that, which is a 60% chance to trigger it. So, I mean, if you're out of mana as a warlock,
well, can someone confirm that wanding does that? Because it says melee.
It does. It's the same for like whenever Blessing of Wisdom is tossed up.
I know Wisdom works.
Yeah.
Judgment of Wisdom, but yeah.
Also, so go briefly back to the Lightwell meme, it's also useful in Patchwork for the same reasons, and that Warlocks are not going to get a lot of healing. If they're life tapping for mana, and Patchwork is kind of a long fight.
Yeah, maybe something to take offline.
We can
so to speak.
we can figure it out. I mean, obviously, it's possible to do the fight without Lightwell.
Yeah, 100%. I don't disagree.
So, all right. The next wing that they're doing is the Plague Wing. Before we finish with Lothar, does anyone else have any other questions about that? I do want to reiterate that he does have a poison that he puts up in melee. I don't think I fully fleshed out talked about that. It's a very low poison. It doesn't do much damage, but the Judgment of Light will pretty much offset that for the most part. So, and also warriors, they use man, what is it?
Bloodthirst.
Bloodthirst. Jesus Christ.
Crusader will also help quite a bit.
Yeah, and Crusader. They get that. It does a very low amount, but it does apply a poison. So a couple of things with that is if you are in melee and you're trying to heal after one of the inevitable dooms hit, need to make sure that if you're going to bandage, you need to move away, let the debuff fall off, and then bandage, or it's just going to cancel your bandage. And 2, for the healers, make sure you're not dispelling it, because the heal cooldown also is triggered if you use a dispel. So if you try to remove a poison, well, all right, you removed it from one melee for 12 seconds, so that they take slightly less damage, but now you can't heal for a minute. All right. A-bomb wing. So first thing is these patchwork golems. These have to be moved apart when you pull them. They can't be tanked together because they do an AoE cleave, or sorry, AoE stun.
I'll be right back.
They also have
from me
a damage cloud. Lots of things in here have like a damage cloud that you don't want to be stacking up as much as you can. So you just spread these out. They cleave so don't stand in front, and just kill them. Yeah, don't group them up. If they get into the raid, let the tank get it and pull it out so the whole raid doesn't get stunned. Recommend for tanks, if you're trying to position these, to make sure that you use a FAP on those. The poison blobs here in the middle. Grobulus, not the next boss, but the one after that, he's the one that actually, there's like a window, or not a ledge up here that he walks up to. You'll see it later when you go to Gluth. And he just shoots them there occasionally, so they'll keep spawning until you kill them. They don't really do much of anything. You just kill them. The Bile Retcher guys, these have a AoE knockdown, and they also do a frontal AoE. So you make sure that you're churning him so that vomit doesn't hit your raid. Yeah, you do that.
We talking 180 or narrow cone? Like, does it hit 90 degrees, 180?
I think it's a 90. It's not a full 80, 180. Okay. But yeah, that knock up there too will hit the raid. So does a good amount of damage, but shouldn't kill anybody.
Did you cover the war stomp?
On the golems?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
They stun. AoE stun. One of the big reasons you have to separate them.
Yeah, it does like 3,000 damage or something. It's very spooky.
Yeah, these just have a AoE cloud too, so I mean it's not a big deal. You just kill these. You could just I don't know why they have it so close, but not grouped enough where you can really cleave them. You just stack them.
If they have an AoE, I'm guessing single target to get them to minimize the damage.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I mean, I would cleave it, but I wouldn't like Hellfire it or Rain of Fire. I would just single target it. All right, and then there's more Patchwork Golems in here, and also the Bile Retchers. This group here against the wall, this does not need to be pulled. That they're pulling now. I mean, we may kill it just because to be safe, but this you can skip. We don't need to worry about this group.
Wow, that is a wide AoE.
Oh, the knockup, yeah. I don't know if it's actually that wide. I know it's a good distance, but I don't know if it's that big. as it is here. And then there's another mob. I think it's the one patrolling there. So there's a couple more of these groups. But also, I think it's this one. It's another one that's like another type of sludge belcher. This like doesn't do anything. It's like the neon green one that's like super bright like that. He puts like an NR buff up or something, but like he doesn't really do anything. He's just all by himself. I think it's one of those, did you accidentally pull him with one of the groups and now there's another mob running around untanked sort of thing. Okay, just got a subscription.
How heartwarming. So this is one of those times we should probably keep someone's eyes to the sky in case Grobulus comes in.
Yeah, I mean you can watch. He I think he even emotes when he's doing it, but it'll be pretty evident, and like he fires them in the middle, like one at a time, like, and then I think they start small and they grow, but yeah, it's not a big deal. But yeah, if you know he's coming back and he's about to do it, maybe just wait a second and grab him. So they're gonna do one more of these groups, same thing. So I'll start talking about the next room. Next room has another one of I think it's one of the sludge belchers, the guys that don't really do anything. That he walks around the whole ring of the circle in the next room. It's just a big circular room. You can skip him. The slimes here though, on private servers you could skip them, so they may skip it in this video, but on in classic you cannot. So once these are engaged in the next room, it's going to put everyone in the whole zone into combat. It doesn't matter where you are. It's going to put everyone in zone in combat, and they'll pick a random person to just have like an immense amount of threat on and lock onto that person. So what's going to happen is he throws them one up there or three up there at a time, and they start small and they grow big. So they just have the tanks ready for that. So yeah, if someone's watching the window, it's pretty easy to spot when he's about to do that. But anyway, so they move super slow. We're gonna just stack all up the whole raid and AoE them down. You cannot get anywhere near them, so don't try and be cute and run in and do like a whirlwind to get some DPS. I wouldn't even try to try and throw a grenade or anything like that. I would just stay the hell back because they do a ton of damage around them. They are, funny enough, undead, so technically holy water works. I wouldn't use it. I would just let the casters kill it. I would not even try to get anywhere near these things.
I wonder if you can fear it. I'll have to try.
And then these also keep respawning until Grobulus is dead. If for whatever reason we kill Patchwork and we wipe on if we kill Patchwork and wipe on Grobulus for some reason, it's important to note that people coming back will have to be summoned if we do a wipe recovery if they can't be for whatever reason, or they will have to clear the whole thing again. But it's not a big deal. Trying to skip to see if they do this here. Yeah, they're gonna skip it. Yeah, so see, you can't do this, but that's fine. You can see about how slow they move. They're not very fast. And I think you can even slow them with slow traps. I may be mistaken on that, but I think you can even slow them a little bit slower than they actually are. If not, it's not a huge deal. You just need to keep moving and AoEing. All right, so once you get through that room, you get to this next room. There's gonna be another Bile Retcher here. Just make sure you face away from the raid. Nothing is gonna be on this walkway except for the boss. But everything in the room here on the opposite side of this slime has to be cleared. It's all linked to Patchwork. So if you try to pull the boss, it's all gonna just aggro and you're gonna die. I'll wait till I get to these groups over here. So there's some bigger groups to the side that have some scientists, some assistance, and a big living monstrosity in them. The biggest thing is that you want to deal with is the living monstrosity. He does a fear, a chain lightning, but his biggest thing is the totem. He drops a totem that will just do a ton of damage to your raid. So the totem needs to die right away. That's your number one target, is focusing down the totem, killing the living monstrosity, and then pretty much everything else you just AoE it down. The scientists will heal the monstrosity, so we need to make sure that we have interrupts on them. They can also be stunned. So and then the assistants, the smaller tiny guys here, little gnomes, they'll do chain mind flay. That can also be interrupted if we have grenades that interrupts them. So while we're AoEing, if they start to do that and someone just throws a grenade, that'll interrupt all their mind flays. So that's going to be the way that we deal with that. So biggest thing, just kill the monstrosity, drops totem, kill the totem right away, and then AoE everything down. Interrupt heals, and use grenade for the surgical assistant interrupts. But these packs should die very quickly. The only thing that will really wipe you is if you don't address the totem. And you can see these mind flays going out there just chaining. Really not a big deal as long as you just deal with the big guy.
Pretty sure these are disorientable with Dark Edge, which might be pretty good.
I think the next one is another 4-pack. Oh, I got another one of these groups here, but that's a 4-pack. I think it's the Patchwork Golems. These are the ones that stun. So again, it's like the very first pull of the instance. There's 4 of them. You just need to separate them and kill them. But you have a few more of these packs with these guys. It's the same thing, rinse and repeat. You kill the big guy, focus the totem if he drops one, AoE everything down, and interrupt. Pretty easy. One of those pre-pulls like the Dead and Fairlina to kind of just get a bunch of damage to the living monstrosity. Yeah, part of what I don't really like about that pull is that they end up separating all the ads, which makes it really annoying to AoE. Alright, I'm gonna skip forward because we got a bunch of the same packs here. Hold on, I'm just gonna go forward. But yeah, so you have to clear this whole thing out. And I got a couple of groups here. Patchwork patrols all the way down, and he'll come back. Just another Belcher here. And he stops right about here. And then he'll churn back. So we see him coming up. He'll stop about here. He'll hesitate for a second, then he'll go back through. We're going to pull him, and right near the end of his patrol. I think I'm going to skip forward because from what I remember, I think they mess up the pull and they wipe. Let me get to their actual attempt here. You don't really learn a lot from just looking at Patchwork the fight because he doesn't really do anything that you can see. Yeah, see here he gets loose. I don't know if this is the wipe or not. It's the big scuffed pull here. So yeah, the whole fight he just stands there. He just if people aren't dying, he's just gonna just hang out there. There's no ads, there's no AoE damage. He just sits there and he hits a couple of people really hard. So he's gonna hit the primary threat target quickly for a lot of damage repeatedly. And then the next 3 highest aggro targets. So whoever has second, third, fourth threat, he is going to hateful strike one of them every 1.2 seconds. And how it's determined who he hits is among that second, third, and fourth threat, whoever has the highest current hit points. Not maximum, but whoever has the highest hit points at the moment he's trying to cast it. So, and it does, this is the wipe here. Go forward a little further. I think they have next pull too, anyways. But yeah.
Before mitigation, hateful hits for like 22 to 29,000 or something.
Yeah, they're gonna be getting hit for like 8K. It's gonna do a lot of damage. So, and if it hits every 1.2 seconds, right? So if it hits, then if you don't heal them up, then 1.2 seconds later, it hits the next target, and then rinse and repeat again. So you essentially have at most 3.5 seconds, less than that technically for batching, to get the tank fully healed or at least near full health that you're assigned to before the next before he dies. Because if they're not being healed and say now you're healing him, but he's only at like 7K and he gets hit like 3 seconds later, then he's just dead. And then it's a new melee target, one of the DPS warriors that's going to be number 4 on threat, but their health is going to be a lot lower, so they'll just eventually just die, or one of the tanks, the second or third threat, then at that point might get hit and not healed for full and just die because now they're only at 8K, and so then they die. So it's a longer fight. You can't reactively heal. You can't just sit there with your target to get hit and then heal. You have to be proactively healing so that heals are landing quickly after they take damage. It's a very healing intensive fight. You have to have mana regen that you're using a lot of. You need to have an ability that you can basically spam on your targets that you're healing, because if the tanks aren't healed quickly enough, it'll just be a wipe.
High throughput, like use mana pots and runes on cooldown.
Does anyone, particularly the healers, have any questions about that?
You'll have time to get off like one big heal between hateful strikes, probably.
Okay, so that's basically it. It's gonna be almost entirely on the healers to keep the tanks up. I mean, melee, it's pretty easy. Just watch your threat. Don't pass the targets. The whoever's getting hit for hateful in the tank, each time will get 1,000 threat. So what will happen at the beginning when we pull? There'll be a delay between when the melee go in and at the start of the fight. So at the start of the fight, all the tanks are just going to be stacked up, just so that there's not an early hateful on someone out of position. Once he is in his spot, the 3 off tanks will move to the back side of him, either the left or the right. And in the melee, once the tanks are in position like that, will move in on the opposite side. So there'll be like a triangle formed around Patchwork. Reason for that is because he actually churns to his target every 1.2 seconds to do the hateful strike. And if the tank's staying in front, then they'll just be parry hasting, which isn't a huge deal because he already attacks fairly fast, but it's enough of a deal that there's already a healing intensive fight that you don't want to be adding more damage. And if they just stand back with the melee are going to be getting parried like all the time. So to minimize that, we're going to be forming a triangle. So at the beginning of the pull, all the tanks will be stacked. We get him into position, then the tanks will run through him to get to the one side, and then the melee will all move to the other side after that happens. But as long as you aren't passing the 4th taken threat, you should be fine.
I just want to point this out for healers. If you're looking at some of the healers that actually have like a large amount of mana there before they started drinking, they're doing it wrong. You want to maximize your healing throughput, which means that if you're not ending the fight like as close to 0 mana, you're probably not healing efficiently like you should be.
And a lot of it's going to be inefficient, to be honest.
Yeah.
Especially if you're assigned to like whichever off tank has the lowest amount of hit points. A lot of your healing is going to be overhealing, but you can't just say, "Well, I'll just wait until he takes damage," because he when he does get hit, you still have to heal him to full quickly.
Correct. You should be like, it doesn't matter, like if you're overhealing, you should just be spamming it while maintaining nice mana, accounting for like using 1 to 2 mana pots during that fight. But like by the end of it, if you have more than like 20% of your mana pool, then you're not helping as much as you could. Like you're helping, but it could be better.
We may open the fight with lay on hands as well. We'll see. Maybe just on myself or whoever has the highest amount of health. Like lay on hands and then drink, and then pull, just so we have the extra armor. Any other questions or confusion or concerns about the fight? There's been some videos, if you watch, where people will like jump into the poison to lower the health. Don't do that. It's not necessary.
They did it in this one.
It's not necessary. Well, it's a private server. You don't have to do that, because on servers, the hateful strike targets weren't based on threat. It was just based on whoever had the most health. So they all jump in the poison to lower their health so that they wouldn't get targeted by it. If that makes sense. But yeah, don't do that. Don't do what they did in this video. Just DPS the boss. And then after the boss, there's the second boss, which is the Frogger here. These are just keep going across. They don't aggro on anyone. There's no combat for them. If you run into them, they explode for a bunch of damage and kill you, and you'll kill anyone else that's near you. So
I have a question on this boss. Do I get loot banned if I snowball someone, or only if I snowball them and they die?
It depends on who it is.
Did they have world buffs? Was it funny? There's a lot of aspects to it.
Was it funny? 10 out of 10 will always be funny. Unless it's verse.
Yeah, I was about to say, if it's verse, I think I'm dead.
You will be derated and de-guilded per our earlier conversation.
I'll be de-unhappied.
We may just have a paladin run through and just pop the slimes, and everyone just follows through. So
slime hopping builds character.
It's true. All right, Grobulus only has one type of trash mob. It's these guys over here, the stitched spewers. There's what is it? 7 of them? Yeah, 2 packs of 2 and a pack of 3. They don't really do much. They do like a poison volley, and they do an AoE knockup. They throw you really high, and you take some fall damage. Not really a big deal. You can stun them, so rogues just stun lock them. Ideally, if you are going to get knocked up, there's certain places you can stand where we won't get knocked as high. Like right behind where they're at in this room, the ceiling is lower than the main room. Main room has a very high ceiling. You won't even hit it. It's just you get thrown up, but you won't hit it. So if we're that concerned, that's something we can do. But yeah, you can just stun them. We just kill them. Not a big deal. It takes them a while to pull sometimes. There we go. Yeah, you can see the poison here. But these are not dangerous. We shouldn't lose anybody to these. And there's Grobulus. So where he pats up, he goes up the ramps here and out that door. That's where he was dropping the ads on us at the beginning of the or on them, not us, but where he will be dropping them on us at the beginning of the hallway or the wing. He has a pretty decent aggro range, so don't want to get too close to him. Probably just waiting for him to pat back up before they go. Try and wait. We can see them toss people up so you can see how far it is. That slime bolt's taking more than I remember. Also, he's not being stunned here. I know for sure, at least on the PTR, that these could be stunned. So that's what we'll be doing, so we don't have to worry about this. And the last one is a triple pull. They all come together. So, anyways, that's the only trash mob that's before Grobulus. So when Grobulus comes down, you're gonna engage him. Where we are gonna take him, I don't remember where they do it in the video here, is gonna be starting right here. We're gonna pull him on the ramp, start right where this dead body's at, and facing towards the wall. He has a couple abilities that he'll do. I'll just play the video while we're doing this. First is he'll drop a poison cloud every like 15 seconds, and that will expand over time. So every time he does that, we're gonna move him a little bit so that none of the melee get hit by it and have to stand in that. And we'll be going around the room in a like a semi. Well, eventually, I guess in a circle if it takes that long. But we'll just be following the grades here essentially, and trying to overlap those clouds as much as possible without making it dangerous. And what he'll also do is he'll put a mutating injection on someone, which will put a disease on someone that will deal damage to them and anyone around them. You'll see it. It makes them like kind of flash. It's pretty noticeable. It can be dispelled. Problem is you don't want to dispel it too early because when you dispel it, it will drop a cloud wherever that person was at. So if you just dispel it like right in the middle of the raid, then not only is everyone going to take a bunch of damage from that, but it's going to spread and monopolize a lot of the space that you were using. So ideally, what you want to do is try to drop it behind where, as close to the clouds as it was where they're coming from. So like if we start over here, right, and he drops a cloud, move a little bit, we drop a cloud, move a little more, drop another cloud over here on the left. Then if you get targeted with it, you probably want to go over here to the bottom of the ramp and drop it like at the end of the trail. You don't want to be dropping in the raid where everyone's going to be standing. You don't want to drop it where he's going to walk or where we're going to kite into. You want to drop it where it is somewhere we're never going to end up, ideally, if that makes sense. If you drop it close to other clouds, then they expand and overlap each other, taking up less room. Now, this fight is going to go fairly fast because of our DPS, but if you have slow DPS, then you start to lose a lot of room on the fight, and that's where part of the hard part comes from. So nothing he does is slime spray, which will when are they gonna pull? Jesus Christ. Which will spray in front of him. So that's gonna be, my worry is to make sure that I'm not facing him towards the raid. But also melee, make sure that you're not accidentally walking in front of him. Or if you have the debuff, don't try to get cute and like run up, think, oh, well, there's a cloud here. I'm going to run up and drop one against the wall back there because then he may hit you with this as well. It does a bunch of damage in a cone, and then every person that gets hit by it will spawn a slime. I also don't like how he's kiting. I kind of really hate this cloud. He's making his melee run through the clouds. But the slime spawn, they get picked up. They have an AoE like the slimes typically do. Yeah, so you can see how he got the injection here. Go back on here. Yeah, so he gets the injection. It's really easy to see what it looks like. You have a ton of sprites around you like that. So all you gotta do is go somewhere where we're never gonna end up. Get dispelled over there. We'll have someone in charge of doing that, Even that one's kind of cute where he did that one. This guy went in between the two clouds and dropped it back there. That's totally fine if you want to do that. Kind of risky because if those start to overlap and then you start getting hit by those, start taking a bunch of damage. But as long as you aren't dropping it in the raid or in the path of where people are going, it's totally fine.
So we're not talking instant death kind of damages from the cloud. It's just it hurts a bit.
Right. No. Right. You definitely don't want to stand in it. But
I think it does like 2,500 a tick or something.
It's not going to kill you, which is part of why I hate the way that he's kind of kiting. Is like making his melee like run through the clouds to get to it. I don't know. But you can see like here, he's half dead and they've only used like this one wall. So we don't need to worry too much about being perfect with the cloud placement. But you do have to be observant about where the raid is at. You need to understand that if you're a healer, that you're not just randomly cleansing poisons just because someone shows up with a debuff on your list. I don't know where this guy's going. This is wrong. Okay, there we go. I thought he was gonna drop right here, which would be bad because that's where everyone's walking towards. But I would say that's the hard part of the fight, is just not being dumb with your debuffs and not dispelling them early. The rest of the fight is very simple. It's the only person that's really going to take damage is the tank. And he doesn't, I mean, he hits for a normal amount of damage except for his spray, which is also on a timer. So it's not this is an easy fight. It's a very simple fight. Generally, we'll have the range to kill the slimes because we don't want to just be taking it underneath the boss. The off tank will pull it out, so it's not just hitting all the melee. Range will kill it, melee will continue to focus on the boss. But you can see how big some of these clouds get if you'll turn around here. I'm going too far. That's fine. Anyways, you go up the ramp here. There's no trash. Actually, technically, if you skip a pack, there's no more trash until the end of the wing. So this pipe is surprisingly easy for people to fall off. If you're not paying attention, we will have people fall off of this and have to get summoned back up. So what we want to do is get on the pipe and get up near the tunnel. Really, I feel like where this guy is at, he should already be taking damage from inside the tunnel. But once you get into the tunnel, it'll start doing damage over time to you. And we're going to have to run through. We're not going to stop to heal or anything like that. We're going to run through. There is one hole on the left of the pipe near the end that you'll want to be observant of. You don't want to fall down, or you're not going to be with the rest of the raid. And then at the very end of the tunnel, so you can see here, there's like a hole here. You'll see it when he's running in. Don't fall in that. But we're going to run through. You're going to lose probably about half your health. Not really a big deal. We're going to get to Gluth. And the reason it really doesn't matter is because he's not going to do any AoE damage to anybody. So nobody's in danger of dying as long as you let the tank go first and you heal the tank. So when they get through, the fight's going to start when we get down and engage Gluth. The fight's just going to go. So we're going to run through, get to the end, have the tank go down, everyone jumps and heal the tank. Tank will pull in position. You also don't want to be just like rolling hots. Like if you think, oh, well, I'm a druid. I'm going to roll hots on a bunch of people as we're going through here. Because then what's going to happen is we're going to engage and then all of a sudden a bunch of people are going to be getting healing ticks and you're going to get a bunch of healing threat. And that'll be no good. Trying to wait to see if they run through, but man, they take forever here, don't they? There we go. Yeah, so you can see them taking some damage. It's not much. Like by the time they get through, some people will be at half health. Not a big deal. But right when you come down, there's Gluth. You start the fight. Got just under 2 minutes before he does his first big ability, which is Decimate. So the fight is kind of broken into 2 sections. So one part of the fight is Gluth himself. So when you start, we're going to pull him all the way to their end, just as they're doing here. And he has a couple of abilities that he'll use. So one is the fear. So he fears a lot. Just make sure that we keep fear words up on that. He also has a mortal strike ability that he puts on the tanks, and he has a frenzy. So the frenzy has to be taken off immediately. It does he boosts him a good amount of damage when he's doing that.
Question: are we talking Magmadar kind of fear, or is it the entire room?
It's relatively short range, like 20 yards or something.
Right.
He also does it every 20 seconds.
It's the max range. Okay.
Yeah, you shouldn't be getting hit with it as a ranged. It's just around him. But the I guess it's not mortal strike. It's mortal wound. It's a stacking debuff that he puts on, that will add up. It's like Thancred, which he might not even notice on Thancred because he isn't doing damage. But it just adds a stacking debuff that if we take long enough will require a tank swap. Problem being he's not tauntable, so that'll be something that we just have to attempt to do. But yeah, you don't want to have your tank get feared, because if they end up running across, there'll be a bigger issue. And there's a reason why we have to take him here. Is the other side of the fight, which this guy's not really looking at, unfortunately. Maybe I can pull up the video for that. When you first jump down, there's 3 grates, not crates, 3 grates, where zombies will spawn. And the zombies, if they get up to Gluth, he will gobble them up, and he will restore 5% of his hit points for each zombie that gets next to him. So the goal is to keep those zombies away from him. In the first part of this fight, which lasts nearly 2 minutes, you can see up here, Decimate's about to happen. We may kill him before a Decimate if we have enough DPS. We may not, but it's unlikely that we get 2. What's going to happen is that everyone, including, you can see all these zombies back here. Everyone, if you can see the raid window here, including the zombies, are going to get reduced to 5% hit points. So that's really important for a couple of things. One, it's going to make all these zombies aggro to Gluth. They don't care about you anymore. They're going to run over to him, and they're going to try and get gobbled up. So we need to make sure that we are AoEing those down and killing them, because if they all get over to him, he just heals for a shitload and undoes all your progress. But also making sure that we are healing the tank, because the tank will also get hit and needs to be healed immediately. So you can see that he used life-giving gem like right after that happened. I think maybe a last stand as well. But yeah, that needs to be taken care of. And so the reason we have him over here and as close to the wall as possible is so that it's the farthest away from zombies as possible. Now, if you notice, they can also be shackled in an emergency. So if someone starts getting loose, then priest, you can shackle it, but I wouldn't just do it randomly. We're going to have people kiting it. And which strategy we're going to do, I haven't decided yet. I guess it's going to be whoever is feeling the most confident in it. There's different mage strategies that they can kite with. It's a lot easier with frost mages, but we don't have any frost mages. There is a strategy to kite with a healer to do kite. What I mean by that is when you first come down at the beginning of the fight and after decimates, all the rate is half or so or lower, right? So the raid doesn't really have to be healed. He's only doing damage to the main tank. So if you use a healer to kite, the healer can just cancel their salve and then just roll hots on a few people at a time if it's like a druid, and then just rely on hunter frost traps and warrior um, piercing howls to keep the mobs off of them. So either way is fine. I don't know which way we're going to go with. I guess, like I said, it's going to depend highly more on whoever's confident in doing the strategy. I have a video for a fire mage kiting, but it's with a horde viewpoint, which makes it a little bit easier for horde because they have earthbind totems. So they just have more AoE slow that the alliance don't have access to. Piercing Howl is nice, but it is rage limited, right? You can't just keep spamming it. Hit the mobs that are being kited, but if you accidentally pull them, then all of a sudden now you're getting hit.
I just thought about this, but like, Righteous Fury Blessing of King spam on the Piercing Hell Warrior might be really good.
Yeah, that could probably work too. Yeah. Still need someone to slow. So yeah, that could work too. So if you have a healing or the paladin. Paladin might be a better way to go because it's just constant like
I don't know if the Blessing of Kings sort of split between the number of mobs. That might really hamper it. I'm not sure.
But that's fine though. That's fine because healing threat is also split between mobs.
True.
So really that's probably okay. Yeah, that might work too. You just have a paladin just do it and then just have hunters as they can and warriors slowing. Kind of dangerous to have mages assist in the slowing. Probably if it's like an emergency, if they call for it, you can use a frost nova, but you don't want to do them just randomly. And the reason that that you can't just tank them with warriors is because while they don't really hit that hard by themselves, they put a stacking debuff on you that will make you take more damage each time you're hit, and that just keeps adding up. So once you start taking a couple of them for too long, they start doing just a ton of damage, and it just scales out of control. So yeah, in my opinion, we're probably going to do a healing kite strat, just because the mage strat, while doable, is pretty easy to mess up. there's a lot of opportunities for things to go wrong. Whereas healing, it's just, or the Blessing of Kings, there's a lot less worry about that. Now the only issue with the Blessing of Kings is you have to make sure not to spam it too much, because I guess there's a possibility that you could just pull threat off of the main tank if he's not generating threat, whoever's taking at that time. But generally shouldn't be a big issue. All right. Any before we move on to Thaddeus, as you see, there's not like any trash before you go to Thaddeus. Anyone have any questions about Gluth or any other input?
What do you think the odds are of us burning him down before the first decimate?
Probably pretty good, to be honest, because you have like nearly 2 minutes.
Seems like a turret fight too. So
for the most part, yeah. The fears are annoying, and that's one of the biggest DPS limiters, is that he just he fears pretty constantly. If he keeps picking like the right warriors who can just rage out of it, then it's great. And then even after we kill like Grobulus, or even before Grobulus, honestly, like when we're getting ready to start Grobulus, if like the priests just start using fear words and all the melee, it'll make things a lot better too.
Wait, Pix? Is it a targeted fear? I thought it was AoE.
I don't think it hits everybody. I think I don't think it's everybody.
So one of the things a lot of guilds that I've watched do, they use the door right behind Gluth and they'll like line of sight the fear on it. Just like the Chromagus the fear, basically.
I think there's a limit on the fear. I don't know that it hits everybody. I could be mistaken about that, but I don't know that it hits everybody.
But if we tank him near the door, like that removes like fear from rogues, which increases our overall DPS. It probably makes burning him before we decimate a lot more likely.
Yeah, and even if we're close, even if we're close, let's say like he decimates and there's still like 5% left, there may be a call to just burn him instead of the zombies, and then we just have mages like frosting over the zombies and just burn them. But that's scary strat, because if you fuck it up, then all those ads get to him, and then he just gain like 5% for every zombie. He's basically back at full. So that'll be unless I tell you otherwise, kill the zombies. Okay, so I guess that brings us to Thaddeus. Thaddeus is a 2-part fight. First part, you can see there's a little lighting coming out here. There's going to be 2 platforms that we're going to have to split the raid up. Half the raid will go left, half the raid will go right. The left side will be the casters, and maybe a couple of melee. And then the right side will be all melee. Reason is that there's 2 ads on each one of these. I guess mini bosses is probably a better way to put it. And the one on the right does a mana burn. So while you will have healers up there, it's not a big deal. But you don't want to have a bunch of casters up there trying to DPS them. They are tauntable, but you still don't want to pull threat. And what they'll do is occasionally they're going to take both of the tanks on each side, and they're going to throw them to the opposite side, and that person will get the threat that the other tank had. So every so often they'll throw them back and forth. They'll switch sides, and the tanks will just have to swap. Both of them have a war stomp as well. So except for melee, just try not to stand near them if you can't help it. And then Stalag, the one on the left here, has so the one on the right has a mana burn, but the one on the left has a power surge, which increases his attack speed. That's like their only differences, really. They also do have to die at the same time. Not exactly at the same time, but close. I don't remember how short. It's like 10 seconds or something. But one side will do more damage than the other. It just always happens. So you'll have to call stop left, stop right, or we'll call the names of the ads so that we can both just kill them at the same time. So you'll see the pull here. For this side, it doesn't really matter where you tank him because it's all ranged over here, as no one wants to be near him. That's where all your casters are at. When he does the War Stomp, does a knockback there. So just to make sure if you are tanking him ever, that you're not like standing next to the ledge, because then he'll just throw you off. On the other side, though, you want to tank him like against the wall, because the knockback, because it throws you. So because there's the melee DPS, if it throws the tank and then the tank moves and also throws the melee back, it's just a lot more ground they have to make up. So it's just easy if you do it towards the wall. Overall, not very hard. No reason that you should really wipe here, unless you kill one way too early for some reason. You also cannot pull them off the platform. I mean, you can, but if you pull them off the platform, that lightning that's going to them will snap, it'll disconnect, and it'll like hit the raid. So you can't pull them off. So
who's missing the jump? That's what I want to know.
The jump is very easy. It's deceptively easy, and I think the people who fall are the people that overthink it and try to like get the most distance possible. So if you look at this jump, you do have to jump. If you don't have anything to assist you with the jump, you do actually have to jump. But if you're jumping like really any time that you're above on this like raised platform part, if you just jump like when you hit here, you'll make it, as long as you're like not at some crazy angle. But if you try to get cute and jump right at the edge, then you might not get the input in time, and then you'll just walk off and you'll fall, and you'll fall down to the bottom here. You could also use speed boost. Like, look where he jumped. Like, this is near the end of that, and look at the amount that he cleared. If you like jump at all once you get to that raised area, you should make it. No problem. Like I said, if you walk, you will fall. Now, falling is not a big deal. It's somewhere this slime here that will reduce your maximum hit points and your stats. But you're gonna miss the beginning of the fight. You're gonna miss the beginning of phase 2, and you're gonna have to catch up, which will be potentially dangerous.
Question.
Yeah.
Are you out of combat at this point?
So on private servers, you could be. In classic, you will not be.
Okay.
So we will not be able to drink or do anything.
Or snap summon idiots, possibly including myself.
If you fall off and you don't make the jump, we are all inclined to point and laugh at you.
That's 100% true. Especially because if you miss it the first time, you may miss it the second time, and then it's even more funny. But you have it's like 20 seconds or something, or 15 seconds from when they die to group up and get ready. So right now, Thaddeus is in like a stone form. You can't target him or do anything with him, and then he'll become active. Everybody's just going to group up like they should be doing here in the middle. I think someone like jumped off. You can see there. And then phase 2 will begin. At the very beginning, it'll be normal. Everyone's just going to chill for a second. No big deal. He's got 6.6 million hit points. Yeah, you got to do in 5 minutes.
We'll get there.
And then he's going to do one of his own abilities, polarity shift, which you'll see here in a second. His hands are going to grow super bright. There's no way you miss this, right? I don't know if anyone would miss this being cast, but he will do this at the start and throughout the fight. And what's going to happen is there's going to be like a little clap. There you go. Everyone's going to get one of 2 debuffs. So you're either going to get a blue plus here, or it'll be a red negative. So all the pluses are going to go to the right, and all the negatives are going to go to the left. Pretty easy, right? All you got to do is just stack up. You don't got to get too far. Don't try to get super far. It's actually better if you're fairly close, because later on what's going to happen is he's going to redo it. Now this person here, I think I just saw a red debuff. So hope this person doesn't run and kill themselves. So this does a couple of things. So the buff will do damage to anyone else around you who does not have the same buff. So if you are, if we have a bunch of people over here that are all the blue plus, and then this guy over here, who I think I just saw had a red negative, decides to run up. He's going to do a bunch of damage to them, but they're all going to do a bunch of damage to him, and he's going to die. So if you miss the jump like this person did, you need to wait until the polarity is the same polarity as the side that you're on, not try to run around or get anywhere close until that happens. Now, it doesn't just do damage. It also will give you a stacking buff. So you can see here 18 pluses, right? So that means there's 18 other people around him with the same debuff. And it should evenly split them. There should always be an equal amount of people with the plus and the minus. So with each one of these, you get a plus 10% damage boost. So this person has 180% extra damage. So if people start dying, or if they are down here in the bottom in the pit, let's say that person keeps jumping and keeps failing, that means that there's 18 other people that are losing 10% damage. Now it might be healers and stuff like that, which won't matter as much, but it's not just the damage from the person that you're missing out on, it's all the other people who don't have it, right? And there's another person that's dead up here on the track, or the raid, right? So I don't know if they're dead. Oh, they're just feigned. So, but every person that's out or dead is just lost DPS. Now there'll be times where he's facing towards you, and if you're melee, you're just going to get parried a bunch because the tank is on the same side as you. There's nothing you can do about that. he is tauntable, but you want to be still careful not to pull threat because he still does a lot of damage. So be careful with things like ignites. If you start getting a big ignite and you're pushing towards the top, try not to make sure you get another ignite and you're just only helping other people push theirs for a little bit. But he also does a chain lightning that will basically damage a whole side of one raid. That will just do 2k damage to everybody. And that's like the only real damage that people should be taking outside of people who are messing up the polarity. Now, when he does the polarity shift again, and he'll do this throughout the fight, he will give everyone another mark. Now, it may be the same one, or it might be different. So his mark changed to a negative. It may not have, though. So it could have changed, say, blue. He would have stayed here. So if your mark changes, no matter what, you need to run to the opposite side. There's two ways to do this. It really depends on your raid. And I guess it depends on our people's reaction times. But the safe way to do it is to go around the boss, either clockwise or counterclockwise. But here they do it counterclockwise, which is fine. So whenever you switch, if your mark switches, you just go around the boss. If everyone's on the ball, technically, and actually for, if you're trying to be the most efficient, it's easier just to run straight through the boss. However, if you have a couple of people that are too slow at reacting, then it can kind of screw the people who are also crossing through the middle. So at least at the start, we're going to do the strat where we run around just because it's more forgiving, even though we lose a small amount of DPS in the transition. Just because there will be some people who are slow to react to it.
When you're making the jump from Fugan and Stalag to Thaddeus, if you aren't confident in your ability to do it, you can pop a Noggin Fogger until you get slow fall, and if you just walk off the edge, that's enough to get you to this platform.
Any speed boost will do it too. So if you are a hunter, you can just throw an aspect and you can just run off, or you can sprint off, or like any if you really want to use a swiftness potion, you can do that. But any movement speed increase will work. If you just jump, any levitate ability. My advice is just not to try to jump too late, like, and try and maximize your distance. Just jump as soon as you get to like the raised area. You'll make it.
I'm very concerned with people that have lag issues for this fight.
They're just gonna die.
Well, then I'm not as concerned then, I guess.
Small amount of damage to everyone else and a shitload to them.
Yeah, you see these hunters who are stacked back here? I have a couple of thoughts about this. So one, I don't know that they necessarily have to be stacked that far away. I don't remember it. We'll have to see. But if for whatever reason the hunters can't attack with the rest of the group because they have to stand that far back, if you are not getting the debuff that's stacking, you're costing the raid more damage than just stacking. Let's say these two back here, they're each buffing each other, so they each have 10% damage. Well, they're also removing a total of 20% extra damage for all the other 16, 17 people who are here. So there's no way the damage that those two are doing is worth all the damage that's being lost in this giant clump. If they are buffing them, that's fine. If you're still, like, if you look at your debuffs as a hunter and you still see 17, 18, 19, whatever, you're fine. But you need to see that. Otherwise, your buff is not being applied to those other people as well. So when the polarity is getting close, when it starts getting close to a couple of seconds, you start seeing them channel it, you have to move up. You can't just stand back here and think, oh, well, I'll just move. Like, when the polarity happens, you have to be ready to move. So when it's getting close, you need, I hope that these guys do it, but when the polarity is getting like within the, oh, I can't see shit now. Let me see if it shows after this. Yeah, so I think you can see the hunters are in the group, ready to move should their polarity change. If not, then you just move back to your spot, which is fine, as long as you're getting that debuff. But if it does switch, you need to be ready and moved up in order to move. Yeah, so these hunters are here. You can see 17, which should be right because we have a couple people that are out of the fight. But this may not be the way that Classic has it. So just make sure that you have to be moved up until you see the plus 17, 18, or whatever that the whole raid is getting. Because your individual damage is not going to be worth it if the raid is not getting that.
I also think you'll even do more damage as a hunter if you have all the stacks from other people and you're just meleeing than if you're at range using your bow.
Yeah.
Melee weaving 10 out of 10.
It's not even weaving. You're just punching it.
Oh really?
But
Well,
if
Circle
you
of
are,
Applied Force is great for that.
but if you are watching your debuffs and seeing that you are getting all of that, then it's fine. Just make sure that you are getting that.
Just to be clear, that slime's not going to kill you.
It will not. It doesn't do any damage. It just reduces your maximum hit points. All right. Another fun thing is at the end of the fight, your charges do not go away. They have to time out, which means that if everybody runs up to the boss to try and check to see what fat loot drops, you're all just going to kill each other. So we'll have one half of the raid exit out first, and then once it's clear, then the other half will exit out. Generally, and also keep in mind that if you res somebody, they can't take the res, because if they take the res, they also will you will damage them, because it's not you're damaging opposite symbols. You damage anybody who doesn't have the same mark as you. So because the person being res doesn't have any mark, they're gonna die if they accept the res and they're near anybody that has that. So generally, it's better just to run back if you're dead. It's the end of the wing. You're gonna meet us back at the entrance anyways. Just run back. By the time you get back, the debuffs will be gone. Any questions about that fight?
If we wipe to that, I'm gonna be really sad.
We will most certainly wipe. I feel it.
Why do you feel it?
Because I feel like people are going to be too slow to move, won't make the jump, and we just won't have enough buffs.
I've seen guilds wipe to that when it was 25 people. 40 people is a lot of people to not make mistakes.
Yeah, and there's gonna be people too that are seeing big numbers, and they're gonna get excited about it and not pay attention.
Yeah,
I feel like when Verse calls stuff out, people are most of the time paying attention, especially on the first couple kills. So I'm very optimistic for this.
The problem is, if versus having to call it out, it's already people are already too slow.
No, I'm saying like call out like when the polarity's shifting, not like who needs.
I mean,
to
versus
move.
also like tanking the boss and watching his own shit.
True.
People gotta have some personal responsibility in Naxx.
What's helpful is that it's a really flashy spell that he channels. Like it's really hard to miss.
Yeah, well, I don't disagree. Like DBM will be blaring it at you too, and that's why I'm saying it's all scripted, so it's not like the hardest thing to say. Hey, polarity shift.
I agree, but like even this last week we had a problem with Ignite carrying over on the caster twin.
I mean, we also have people that don't know how to kick on Scarum from time to time. Like I'm just saying, I feel like I'm remaining optimistic for this fight.
It's not a hard fight. It's just if people aren't paying attention or lag or whatever. It's something that can snowball. Yeah.
Can we take 2 minutes before the next wing?
Yeah, sure.
We're taking some pee break. By the real question is, how many people do you think are going to miss the jump? I'm going for 4.
I'm gonna say less than 4. I'm gonna say 1 to 2.
People really need to bring Noggenfogger.
How many people fall at the beginning of MC? It's gonna be all of them every time.
Strongly encourage Noggenfogger because it guarantees the jump.
MC slightly different, but like for the jump, I foresee 1 to 2, and then 1 to 2 dying on the polarity swap because of like lag or something.
You just have so much faith in people.
I do. I'm a very optimistic raider, especially with our guild. I think that a lot of our guildies are very good at mechanics, so I have high optimism for them.
Remember, Thaddeus took like weeks to kill on my server because the lag was so bad for the entire server.
Oof.
You just wipe on the polarity shift.
Yeah, that was the hardest part for us when we had people that could not do it, and we just had to have them sit out because they just lagged so much. No matter what they did, they would always just die. So it was like a couple of healers and a DPS or something, and they just had to stand back away from the rest of the raid and like their own little zones because they couldn't do it. It made it so much harder.
Alrighty, let's do it.
You also may need Noggenfogger depending on the summon spot we end up with. So again, bring Noggenfogger.
Can
'Cause
someone
that'll
go
not make
over
sense,
having
like-
never really used
It's
Noggin
not.
Auger deliberately? You have to use 3 to guarantee the slow fall, right?
No, it's random. You could use 20. It
You
lasts
see
for like
just-
10 minutes. The slow fall lasts for like 10 minutes though, so you can like
So you just have to use it until you get lucky.
pretty much.
Ugh.
You can like be using it all the way from Gluth to Thaddeus' room and all the way
Must
through
be
like
look-
Huguenot Stalag.
The slow fall's only 2 minutes though,
Oh, okay.
and it's like the lowest percentage chance of all the procs.
Is it
So
like
like,
levitate where it goes
you
away
can-
once you get hit?
I don't believe so.
Shouldn't matter. You shouldn't be getting hit on Fugan and stuff.
Huguenot and Stalag have Force Stomp abilities that'll do damage around them, so there's a chance you will.
Oh, I'm thinking caster. Sorry.
So mages can cast slow fall on people, right?
No.
No.
Oh.
If you're going to turn Aspect of the Pack on, do it early. Don't turn it on as people are going to the edge. 'Cause they'll just run off.
I mean, if they
Don't-
run off with aspect of the pack, they'll make it.
Don't try to jump over and blink as a mage.
I think the fun part's gonna be toggling aspect of the pack on and off, so people like have their speed vary, and then they just don't make it.
Yeah, and all those frost mages with ice block on Saffron. Let's leave that for a couple months in.
All right, so last wing, military death knight wing, whatever you want to call it.
Death.
At the beginning, it's just a bunch of like death knight shit here. So the regular death knights that come in this first pack, that's the bigger one, big guys. They do intimidating shout, the warrior shout, which will fear 5 targets, and which can include the tank. They also do a Veil of Darkness, which is a curse that can be removed, but instead of like 75% reduction, it reduces all healing by 100%. So you just want to take that off because you won't be able to heal. Not really a big deal, just decurse it. They also have the ability to raise dead if there's corpses. The other guy, these farmer looking guys, all they do is they just randomly drop threat and go after someone else. So they're more annoying than anything. They hit a moderate amount, but more or less they're fodder. So don't worry too much about those. Thing with the Death Knights is you want to make sure that we're pulling them back to account for the fears. Because if you move up and you're trying to take them up here, well, you might find at the start of the pull, all of a sudden people get feared, run into ads, and now you have like a big problem on your hand. That's too many people. See, like this fear on the private server is hitting like a lot of people. It's capped out at 5 players. It should not be hitting the whole raid like that.
You can also disarm the Whirlwindy Death Knights, which is pretty neat.
The captains, yeah, those ones are a little bit different. These might also be able to, but you don't really disarm these, even if you could. But yeah, so just make sure you keep fear wards on whoever's tanking Death Knights. The captain, not the captains. The captains are the ones with like the lighter looking armor. And they don't have like a shield or anything like that.
That guy's deep prot.
So these guys here, they do a whirlwind around them. It does a bunch of damage. They hit pretty hard. So it does like the regular attack against everyone, and it also knocks down, and that can like chain knock you down. So what you want to do is make sure that those are being disarmed when you go in on them, so that if that happens, like they should not be running into that whirlwind. You can see how much damage that does to them, and
Did
see
someone
how.
polymorph the Death Knight?
I don't think so. They did. That's kind of wacky, but yeah. So there's some lead-in time for the whirlwind for when it actually does anything. You have a moment to react if you're quick about it. So if you're DPSing the melee and they start whirlwinding, just get out. Don't risk it. Don't risk dying and losing your buffs because you're trying to kill a captain. It's not worth it. And like I said, you're gonna get knocked down, so you're not really gonna be doing that much damage anyways. Just get out. So here, the Shade plus the 2 Necro Knights here. they all do AoE. We definitely want to kill the Necro Knights first because they kind of spam their arcane explosion. Um, every couple of seconds, they just do a big arcane explosion. It does like 1,000 damage. And they also blink, which is really annoying. So they'll blink like into the raid and just start AoEing. So we're gonna kill those first, like they did here, and then they'll kill the shade afterwards. The shade can also spawn portals, which like some minor ads come out of, but it's not really a big deal. Like these things here. I don't think it's a portal. Sorry, I thought there's a portal, but they just summon. They're the ads that chase people. It's gonna be on healers. Just run away from them. Don't get smacked. I'm sure you're all familiar with these from like Sunken Temple and where else are these from?
Scolomates?
Are these in Skolo?
Are you talking about the?
CG.
Oh yeah,
CG,
sorry.
there
I
you
was
go.
thinking of the
Yeah,
skeleton.
the ghosts that you can't do anything about, but they just chase whoever has the highest threat, which is always a healer because you can't damage them. So don't get smacked by them. Pretty simple.
A little faster than the ZG ones.
Yeah, I don't know if they move that fast or if that's just this server. Remember, this is a private server, so
Yeah.
I don't know if everything will be exactly that way. They're slow enough where you can run away from them. That's for sure. Okay, we're relogging. All right. All right. The Skeletal Smiths, if you saw, they do like a thunderclap. They will also disarm whoever is tanking them. So if you may tank them, make sure that you're bringing some sort of disarm immunity. Just remembering to use it on these. Not really a big deal. I mean, if it happens and you forget them, it's whatever. They die pretty quickly. Don't want to group them up. I would say because of thunderclap, but it's not damage. You might just be able to AoE them down, but I would say it's easy enough that you don't really have to worry about it. All right, and then I think that's all of the different. I think that's all the different trash that's up here. There's just different combinations. Oh yeah, there's the over here. Hopefully we never pull these, but I mean, unless we're trying to get trash, but it's the same kind of guys that are in the bottom of Skolo, just a lot more beefy. Those things that are by man, what's his name?
Rattlegore.
Yeah, by Rattlegore. There'll be just different combinations of the mobs that we've already had until they get down to the second level. So there'll be about 5 or 6 more packs, that and some patrols. So I'll go ahead and go forward a little bit here. All right, and then they're going down to the bottom here. So the bottom, there's different types of mobs. There are some Death Knights. They apply a stacking aura called Aura of Agony. It has the same icon too as Curse of Agony. That'll stack. That will just do increasing amounts of damage to the whole raid. So generally, you just want to kill them as quickly as possible. It's possible to outrange it, but I believe that we're probably just going to burn them down. We killed them fairly quickly with like a small raid. I think if we have our full raid, it won't be an issue, and we'll just cleave them down. But if we are too slow, then we can separate them out. I don't think that'll be necessary. The only thing else they really do is they have like a cleave that they do, and there's a death coil, which can be annoying. But other than that, it's just the stacking aura.
These the bone armor guys?
The what?
The ones you can steal bone armor from to solo the entire wing.
Oh, I don't know.
Wrath was a silly expansion.
All the trash down here has to be pulled too. If you leave any of this trash up down here, it'll pull with the boss. I don't know why they're pulling everything all the way up here like this.
They have the high ground.
There you go.
This guild has some like boomer strats, but it's a good baseline.
Oh no, yeah, Alex, this is definitely not a speed run, and that's what I was going for. It's just like a normal run, so that we can kind of like see everything. Yeah, it looks like they pulled them all the way up here, which is kind of wacky. I'm betting that they had some really awful death coil one time that just like pulled a bunch of shit, and now they're scared about it.
I mean, we'll probably be playing it safe first day too.
I don't think we'll have buffs by this point.
Do they? If we have world buffs 3 wings in, it's because it's the second day and we got them again.
And the Cavaliers, I don't remember. I think the Cavaliers just dropped threat. I don't remember anything about them. I believe that they just dropped threat. From what I remember. Not the Cavaliers, sorry, the smaller guys, whatever they're called. These guys.
Oh, yeah, I can't remember what they're called.
Yeah,
I think they just dropped threat.
Yeah, I think they just dropped threat.
They might sunder too, past. I'm not sure.
Hmm. But yeah, so same thing here. Just clearing out all this. The only thing that else is different is there's some skeletal steeds. It'll be the mount without a rider that do an intercept that drops threat and like a trample that does AoE around them, which does like a good amount of damage. So if they like intercept into the raid where everyone's grouped up and then trample, that's just a lot of damage. It's these ones right over here that you can see in the stable over here. I'm just skipping through some of the trash. So yeah, they have to go around and kill all of this. It's not hard. It's just kind of annoying to have to go around and kill all this when the boss is just like right over there. So let's go beyond that a little bit here. All right, so this is Resuvius. This fight is mostly on the priests doing the mind controls. It'll be something a little different that they haven't done. I know we had some practice on the private server a little bit with this, which was nice. After Cranium got some time to start with that, so we may start with him initiating the fight, just because he has gotten some experience with that, and then we'll figure out who's most confident with that moving forward. So it doesn't really matter which side you do it on. We were doing it on the other side here, but they're pretty much doing the same strat that we were more or less doing. At the beginning of the fight, you're gonna mind suit the two front ads, so that they don't pull with aggro, and the Resuvius will go around the room talking to all the different understudies, and you want to pull him when he's on the far side with a mind control. This whole fight, the mind controlled understudies are going to be attacking and tanking the boss. The tanks are going to be holding the understudies, so that they aren't running around, and they're just ready for the next mind control. So he really only has a couple abilities himself. So the biggest one is this disrupting shout. Every 25 seconds, he will do a giant AoE mana burn that will hit you unless you LOS it. So casters will be on like the opposite side here. Like you can't really see it, but like it's mirrored here. So like this side, but like the opposite of where he's being tanked, so that you can see him and DPS him and then duck out when it's about to go off. It's on a very reliable timer. Don't push it because you'll die. It does 4 to 5k mana burn, and you take twice that much damage in physical damage. So if you drains 5,000 of your mana, you're gonna be taking 10,000 physical damage. Which, I mean, depending on your armor, you may survive, but you're also now missing 5,000 mana. So don't get hit by it.
Oh, is it mitigated by armor?
Yeah, it's mitigated. Well, it should be. It's physical.
Oh, good.
Okay.
You can lip it.
Maybe.
Yeah.
You still have 5,000 mana, but maybe.
That's the parse strat.
Yeah, I guess if it's like right at the end, I don't know, whatever. But that's up to you. So
You do you, man.
the healers should never be an LOS. The healers are going to be healing, well, the tanks that are taking these understudies, which should be manageable. But the majority of the healing is going to be on whichever one of these are currently taking the boss. You do not want them to die because you need to use them. So at the start of the fight, you're going to have one person MC and tank the boss, and you're going to try to pull him out of LOS, and it's going to be like Chromag, where he's going to be out of LOS, and the healers are going to be here healing just the tank that's in LOS, the understudy that's being mind controlled. So most of the success of this fight rides on the first person mind controlling, positioning quickly and correctly. Like if you get him out too far, you might need to step into his hitbox and push him. Recommended that maybe get some practice just like with general tank mechanics and moving mobs and being comfortable with that. If that's something that you're going to end up doing. Once he's in position, it's pretty easy because all you have to do is, well, let me go a little further here. At the very start, the ads have two abilities that they're going to use. One is taunt and one is shield ball. Those are the abilities. So they both last for 20 seconds. So you're going to, when it's your turn or if it's at the start, you're going to taunt him and shield ball at the same time. And that will last for 20 seconds. And then what's going to happen is that as it's ending, prior to that, another priest, the second priest, is going to get one of the other three ads, is going to mind control him, just stand exactly on top of where the first tank is, like within the other tank's hitbox, and then just taunt the boss and shield wall. And so he won't move. You'll still be able to be healed. That's pretty simple. All I gotta do is just attack the boss, shield wall, and taunt at the same time. The first tank that had the target mind controlled, though, you don't want to just drop it right away because it's likely you're still going to be fairly low. The healers will have to heal up the mind controlled target as much as possible, and then you will drop it. One of the tanks will pick it up. At that point, then it should be pretty close to the next time that you have to mind control another target to take over, and those two priests will just keep swapping those mind controls back and forth. So he also has an ability called Unbalancing Strike, which is why you don't really want to tank him without a shield wall, is because it just does a ton of damage, and it lowers the defense of the target.
That would be the Twin Imps one.
Yeah, it's basically the same thing. It's just that it does a lot more damage.
It's like Vesuvius's damage range is like 10k on average, and it does like 350% of his weapon damage, so it's gonna hit for like 30k. Which hurts a lot. Even if you mitigate 70% of that, you're dead.
Yeah, like you can tank it as a tank with shield wall, but anything outside of that, you're gonna die. So as long as the priest mind control their targets properly, get the boss positioned, and don't move him, and get the rotation down, the rest of the fight should be pretty good. A couple things to keep in mind is that the taunt, regular warrior taunt, gives you threat, but also gives you a fixate for a few seconds that no matter what, it's still going to attack you. Even if someone passes you after that, you'll still have the threat. You'll have the focus of the boss during that time. The understudy taunt lasts 20 seconds, so it'll taunt, and it will also make sure that Vesuvius is attacking the ad for 20 seconds. which means that even if someone passes on threat by a huge amount, like let's say a warrior goes out of control and just every attack crits and they forget they don't have salve on, it will still attack the ad until the taunt wears off. So if the priests aren't overlapping their taunts and you are the highest, then Resuvius is going to just turn around and slap you and kill you. So you need to make sure that you are not passing the understudy and threat, because unless there's a perfect overlap of the taunts, which probably won't happen, then you will die.
Yeah. You don't have to hold back. Like, watch your threat meter, but understudy is also like melee for like 4K. They do a ton of damage.
They do, but I'm just saying, like, if
Yeah,
for
you
whatever
need to be
reason,
careful. Just don't be like petrified about doing any damage at all.
What priest are we having doing this? Decranium and who?
whoever's still most confident. Really, like, I'm just doing Decranium because he was there for practice, but it could be any priest.
Please don't take Shadow Weaving away.
I mean, you're gonna be line of sighting anyway. Or lipping, I guess.
Yeah, so I'd still like to do my 15% extra damage on the boss.
Oh, and I forgot to mention this too. When the ads are mind controlled, they get a debuff that makes it so they can't be mind controlled again for 60 seconds. So that's, you have to rotate through the ads, which is why you can't just keep mind controlling the same ones over and over again. So if we have a series of like really early heartbeat resists, then it could be pretty bad, but that's not likely.
And there's not really anything you can do about that anyways. Like,
right. So
spells can resist all the time, no matter what.
Right. That would only really be bad if you're trying to set up a swap. I guess if you have someone currently tanking it and someone is like trying to mind control and then it gets resisted right away, then you're fine. Bigger problem is going to be if it happens like prior to a swap taking place, because like I said, then Resuvius will just start killing melee. It's unlikely the casters are going to have threat, just because they have to keep dipping out for the shout. So until you get a new ad in there, he's going to just start killing melee. So just have to be ready for that if he does target you. If you're a warrior, you have to shield wall. Like you're, unless you want to take a big risk, just shield wall. If you're a rogue, evasion. Oh, and I forgot to ask something else. Is Tangle in here? Tangle's not in here. I have to make sure I tell him that the shout also ignores druid forms, so it's gonna mana burn him even though he's in cat form. So he'll have to make sure that he's dumping all of his mana before the fight, and he won't be able to swap forms like he normally does, other than to specifically reduce the mana, and will likely have to like step out to get heals. All right. Kind of already starting this trash here, but before we move on, were there any other questions or concerns about the boss?
I feel like there's not much being said for melee, which probably means that there's not much for us to do.
You DPS, if the boss targets you, use evasion.
And pray.
I feel like just in general, a lot of these fights, it seems like melee DPS just need to kind of be positioned well, and that's it.
I can detail some things that we need to be concerned about, like more in depth at like a later time or something.
Specifically melee, a lot of the bosses no. There's a lot of the bosses just have general mechanics that are bad for everyone, but some bosses have like non-threatening abilities that are near them, like Glyph has like a fear, right? Patchwork can hit you if you're higher on threat. You know, Resuvius if you have high threat. It's just being aware, but there's not like ongoing specific mechanics that are generally concerning on a lot of the bosses. All right, so there's different weapons that float in this room. They're just like invisible things hitting you, but it's just like the weapons themselves. It's axes, swords, and staves. So the axes are probably the worst part. They do a bunch of damage. They do a mortal strike. They also do a whirlwind and a sweeping strikes. These do a lot of damage around them to melee. So I would say it's fine to DPS them, but just be very careful as a melee. And if we have multiple axes, I think the first pack is like 2 axes, that we are not stacking them, because 2 of those around each other would be really bad. So axes generally kill first. The swords over here, they cleave and they do a thrash. So just do a bunch of damage to the target. Just make sure that you're not getting cleaved. Other than that, they're pretty easy. And then the staves, they will polymorph the tank. So just make sure that you are dispelling that quickly. They'll also do an arcane explosion and a frost nova. So generally not that spooky. Just make sure you're dispelling the tank so that they can tank. The ones that really going to cause the most trouble are going to be the axes. And do a lot of damage to the melee if they start doing the whirlwinds and the sweeping strikes and start popping people. So just be mindful of that. And then just another one of these packs. This was the same at the beginning. These guys that teleport and will do AoE. This pack, I believe, comes all the way up just to this group and then turns around. The Cavaliers. You definitely don't want to pull all of that at the same time. These are the same guys that have the stacking debuff. I don't really know why they're separating them like that. Okay, and let's make sure. So it was tested. There's this pack here on the corner right before Gothic's room. On private servers, you could some get around that, but you have to pull that group. It's a little aggro if you try to get around it. All right, and this is Gothic's room. So the fight will start once you attack him, but the raid's going to be split into 2 groups. One will be on we call it the live side or living side, and the other one will be on the dead side, which is the opposite side. Once you start the fight, this gate here will close, and one side cannot assist the other. So you'll need to pre-split. Generally, you have all your casters on the living side. Some of the mobs are magic immune on the dead side. It was thought that all of them should be immune, but I think only some of them actually are. But regardless, even if any of them are magic immune, you don't really want any casters over there because they won't be able to actually attack all the targets. So you'll have all your casters on this side, most of your melee on the other side. You'll probably still have a few over here because there are things that you can interrupt, but majority it'll be casters one side, melee the other. And what will happen is during the fight, there will be ads. If you'll look, there's 3 platforms to the left of where he's looking at right now. Let me get to the beginning of the fight. Yeah, these. So there'll be ads that spawn on set timers. So it's not random what spawns or when it spawns. It's even built into DBM. I'm sure the DBM we have will have that built into there. You can even look up the timers for that. It starts very slowly, and then it starts to ramp up the difficulty of the mobs that come out and how fast they come out. So at the beginning, there's just like regular, like what is it? The trainees, these guys that come out that don't do like anything. They have like no hit points. And then if you saw it there, his soul will leave his body here, and then that will swoop through to the other side, and that'll go down to the ground, and it'll spawn an undead equivalent on the other side, and then the undead team will have to kill it. So that's basically the theme for this whole thing. Anything that you kill over here will cause mobs to spawn on the other side that are equivalent to that mob. They aren't the same, but it's the same. Whatever you kill here, another mob's going to spawn on the other side. It's not random which mob; it'll be a corresponding mob that'll spawn. Have slightly different. They have different abilities. So at the beginning, I said it's just these trainees. They just fall over. No big deal. You just have a couple of tanks that just pick these up, and then you'll start to get Death Knights, and then you'll get riders. So the Death Knights, they have like an intercept. They also have what they put on people, a shadow mark that puts a debuff on players that will cause them to take damage from the next mob that comes out, which is Unrelenting Rider. So just make sure that you're trying to stay spread. If they charge, to make sure they're not whirlwinding you. But the Unrelenting Riders, which will be the next ones that come out over here, they have an aura, kind of like man, what's his name at the end of Strat? It's Baron.
Baron over there.
Yeah, they have an aura like Baron. It does like 500 damage around them. So just make sure that you're killing those. They also have a Shadow Bolt volley that will hit anybody with a mark. So anybody that has the mark that was applied by the Death Knight will get hit by that. It does a lot of damage. You can also interrupt it. So make sure that you are interrupting it if possible, because there's no need for extra damage than that needs to be. There's no need for the unnecessary damage. Also note, you can shackle these if you need to. I would say generally you don't really need to unless things start to go kind of crazy. Because if you start shackling things, you're like, oh, well, that's removed from the fight. Then all of a sudden, those shackles start to break while a bunch of ads are being tanked. Then there might not be a tank that's necessarily looking or ready for those. So I would say it's not necessary to normally shackle until you start getting towards the end where things can become a little bit crazy. If you notice something is like running free, like if these guys are like running free in the raid, absolutely just shackle it and hopefully a war gets to it. But I don't think we're going to have a strategy on shield wall there, really. Okay. I mean, that's just his process ability. Never mind. But anyways, so if these are hitting you or in the raid, fine, shackle them. But we're not going to have a strategy that relies on them being shackled the whole time. Now, we're not going to be able to see it in this video, but on the other side, there are different ads that spawn. So the first, the trainees over here, they become spectral trainees. So everything over here, unrelenting, turns into spectral on their side. And those guys have an arcane explosion, which is nice for all the melee over there. But they die quickly, so just make sure that those are being taken care of. The Death Knights have turned into Spectral Death Knights, and they have a cleave and a mana burn. And then the riders will have, the Unrelenting Riders will turn into a rider and a horse. So they'll have an aura still around them. They'll also, then the horse will do a drain life and an AoE slow. So just generally, I would say the dead side is harder just because there's more ads, and the ads are a little more punishing than the ads over on the live side. Like I said, this keeps ramping up until the ads just stop spawning at 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Gothic comes out. Regardless of any of the ads that you have left, if you have a raid that's still alive at 4.5 minutes, he's going to jump down. So ideally, you've killed most of the ads, or if you have a couple of left, these guys, just shackle him, whatever. And he only has like 400,000 hit points. He'll fall over. Occasionally, he will debuff the raid with a stacking debuff that lowers your stats by 10%. So every 15 seconds, you're going to lose 10% of your stats. 20%, 30%, it'll just stack up.
Oh no.
Yeah, but he has 400,000 hit points. It shouldn't matter. I think it's only a bigger deal if like the ads got a better of you and you're running on a small raid. Because if you have like, 5 people alive or less on each side, you would eventually just kill him anyways. But yeah, you can see he teleports after a while from one side to the other.
I missed what you said. Are we going to be shackling the ads, or are we just going to be killing them and not really worrying about it, or are we just going to play it by ear, and if one side needs to slow down a bit, aka the live side, we'll start shackling?
I don't think we'll need to slow down. I think we'll just be able to kill them. The shackles will be generally as an emergency or a call out. Like if you see the ads start running into the raid, then we'll shackle them. But I don't see why we would have to just have a shackle strategy. They're not that big of a deal.
Okay, just wanted to confirm.
Yeah, and then once he gets to 30%, you can see the gate just opens up, and then everybody can kind of dogpile on him. But it's once he comes down, you've kind of won the fight.
Jump.
Any questions about the fight? Sorry, I didn't think to get a viewpoint of the dead side, but dead side they just start spawning in these piles around the room, and the melee just kind of run around and cleave everything down, more or less. So that's basically it. Live side is a little more organized. Dead side, you're kind of just running around killing things.
I know Gothic looks easy, but these ads hit really hard. They can be disarmed and stuff, but if you pull aggro as a caster, you're gonna get hit for like 3.5k. They hurt. Melee on the dead side can eat a cleave for like 2k pretty easily. There's lots of AoEs, like war stomps and shit on the dead side as well. So. You can disarm stuff. I don't know if I already said that.
You did.
Yeah, so on the live side, in general, you want to kill the riders first. If they're up, then Death Knights, and then trainees. Like I said, trainees can just be tanked. You can just kill them eventually, but we want to focus down the other ones that actually have abilities. On the dead side, you're going to want to get rid of the Death Knights first, in my opinion, that have the mana burn, and then the horses, riders, and then the trainees last. And these are the same kind of ghouls that were, I think, on the other side. I think they're the same. These ones that just frenzy when they get low. Yeah. No need to shackle there. You just kill them. And then same thing, acolytes. So some of this trash is the same as like the other end of wing. Like when you're looking at the end of, like, say, the spider wing. It's the same kind of trash over here. I don't think there's anything new until you get to 4 horsemen. Let me double check that. There's the gargoyles. The Death Knight Guardian, those things just Arcane Explosion, Vindicator that has the Orb Agony. Some more of those Plague Hounds. I think that's it. It's just more of the same mobs until you get to the 4 horsemen. And in this video, they wipe until the end of the night. So I have to go to the other video here. This is a big fight. Go to the second video here.
I also feel like 4 Horsemen could use its own like hour, but
Yeah, so there's a there's a lot on this fight. There's a lot. Um, what you do will be different based on what role you are. And I don't mean like if you're healing, you're healing. I mean the pattern that you run in, the groups that you are, you know, what you're DPSing, will vary a good amount. Um, a lot of the DPS have it fairly easy because you can just follow your groups around. But you still have to kind of think about what it is you're doing, especially at the beginning, um, because it's not always just that simple as following your group. Uh, the tanks have it a little bit harder because they have to know the pattern, but hopefully all the tanks will know what they're doing. And then the healers are probably the most independent because you're only ever really, even though there's other people moving at the same time as you, it's always that you're moving by yourself. Like when you move, no one around you is moving where you are moving to. So for the healers, it's going to be probably the hardest. But once you understand how you move, it should be pretty simple. Let me see. 1 second here. Thought I had a map here. No, I thought I had it on my other screen, but it's not there. Does anyone have like a map of like the outline of the movement that can kind of show?
For healers or at the pole or?
Not at the pole, just like the healer and the rest of the raid rotations. I thought I had it.
There on the tracker, there's a healer rotation one that's really nice. I made it. Me and Village worked on a tab for it. The melee rotation, honestly, the best one I have is a speedrun one.
Should just wing it.
Just wing it.
I don't know. I think the video that I linked earlier in the week actually has a good explanation of how the rotation works.
If you get to 3 marks, rotate, TLDR. There's a lot of things in there, but that's the best I got.
I think where I time marked mine and I just messaged you, Verse, I think that's a pretty good explanation for the healer rotation. There's also like more explanation for the other ones, but it kind of goes like a little more in depth for it.
In all seriousness, like the tracker's phenomenal for healer rotation explanation. Really recommend it.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, it only makes sense if you understand the fight. Yeah, this is fine. Here, 1 second. I'll just stop streaming for a second. 1 second here. All right, you guys should be able to see this here. I'll give you guys a second to get connected. So I'll explain while you guys are getting connected. So each of the bosses have unique abilities, but one thing that they all have in common is that anyone within 70 yards of them, they apply a stacking debuff to them every 12 seconds, and it will continue to do an increasing amount of damage each time that it hits you. So you cannot just continue to stand in one zone, because eventually you just start taking a huge amount of damage as these marks go out. So that means it necessitates that the raid. Oh, actually, in this thing, I actually found I found an image of it finally, but that's fine. I'll just use this. Um, but it necessitates the raid rotating. So one, that you cover all of the abilities that are happening, but also that you have a tank for all of the 4 ads, and that the DPS is moving in a set rotation, because there's certain mechanics that require DPS or groups players to be present with a certain boss. So um, the DPS move in a different manner than the healers move, because the healers have to have constant presence in a location, and they can't just rotate out as a group um, and cover all 4 of the tanking areas. Whereas the DPS will sit in a neutral area for a while. So this is for the healers rotation, and what they're going to show is the group will be split into the healers will be split into 3 distinct groups, and will be put in different parts of the area. So here they have different colors associated with it. So there's green people who are in the green group, people who are in the blue group, people in the red group. And notice that none of them are in the same spot. These people are not all grouped together. Who are actually grouped together for movement is everyone who's the same color. So when they move, and again, this is for 12 years. If we have 13, then we just add a healer. Or if we have 10 or 11, we just adjust the numbers. So red, you see, first mark on 1. All the reds will move clockwise. So if you're here, you're going to move here. If you're this red, you're going to go up. You all rotate once, and you're going to be the only one. You won't see anybody running with you. You'll have to make sure that you know when you're supposed to go. And then you'll move every 3rd mark after that. So you move at 1, 4, 7, and on and on and on. Again, you will be the only one that will be moving. If another healer is running with you, then one of you is doing it wrong, unless we have an odd number of healers, and then that person should always be running with you. But it should be very rare that you ever see someone running with you. So, anyways, the same thing will happen with the other group. So blue, in this example, would move 1 mark later. So they would be 2. They start 2, and then every 3 after that. So 5, 8, 11. And then green would be 3, 6, 9, and 12. The reason for this is that instead of having all of the healers rotate out through safe zones and sit out places, this will keep always at least 2 healers in a location, and then rotating in and out a 3rd. So you'll have overlapping 3rd coverage, but always 2, which will be able to heal up whoever is there. Now did they already do the other? Yeah, they did the rotation for the rest of the raid before that. Okay, so for the DPS and the tanks, it's going to be split. Tanks will be split into 8 tanks. Again, this is just the start. Our strategies, there are multiple other strategies that you can do. I am aware of various strategies. This is the one that we're going to start with, just because it is just the basic strategy that we're going to go with. Over time, once people are learning what the fight's all about, they don't have any confusion about the abilities or the marks or what we're doing. At that point, we will try variations that will have either less tanks or larger DPS groups or a different type of rotation to kind of maximize DPS. But at the beginning, this is the way that we're going to do it. So at the beginning, what will happen is there'll be 4 tanks, one pulling each of the bosses to the corners. And then what will happen is every 3 marks, those tanks are going to rotate. And also, that's going to cause a rotation for our DPS groups at the bottom. But if we're just talking about the tanks right now, what's going to happen is, let's say you are a tank here starting at Thane. So you will stay there 3 marks in, and there's a rotation approximately every 3 marks. The next tank who's in the middle here for you, there's 2 here that are, well, 4 here, but 2 on the bottom. There's a tank here that's unassigned that's going to be running down to this corner, taunting the target off, and then the tank on Thane will rotate to the middle. Same thing is going to happen in the other corners. So there's four tanks here, right? One tank will be running to each one of these corners to taunt off, and then that tank will come back. So if we just follow the story of one tank, so one tank will start on Thane. There'll be a tank that comes over and takes over them at 3 marks, and then he will run here and stand in the middle in the safe spot for another 3 marks. And then what will happen after that, instead of going back to Thane, he's going to go to Morgraine, and he's going to taunt off of this tank. And that tank there will run back to the middle. So then this tank will stay here for 3 marks until another tank in the middle comes to taunt off him, and he'll rotate back. And he just does that the whole time. So he tanks for 3 marks, gets taunted off of, moves to the middle for 3 stacks, goes back to the next corner, and you just rinse and repeat. Same thing happens on the other end. Only real difference is that on the bottom we have DPS rotating. So the tanks kind of just do their own thing and rotate back and forth. The bottom is where all the DPS are at. So the DPS are going to have it broken down into 4 DPS groups, and they're going to do it the same way. They're going to follow every 3 marks into the corner. They're going to wait, move after the 3 marks. They're going to move back and swap, and it's going to follow that same pattern. The difference, and the reason you can't just move always at 3 marks, is one of the biggest things is Thane has one of his abilities is a meteor. It's the same type of meteor that you're familiar with. It does a bunch of damage, and it's divided among however many people soak it. And if these people all rotate out too early before the meteor is landed and before the next group can come in, it may hit the tank and it'll just kill the tank. So you have to make sure that you are not leaving before the next group has come in to be able to absorb the meteor. Unless a meteor has just gone out and you've soaked it and you see the next group running in, then you should be fine. But it's something like 10 seconds, I think, on meteor. Let me double check the timing on this.
I think it's a 12-second cooldown.
Okay, it's not at an even amount. It's every 9 to 16 seconds. Okay, so it's not on a flat timer. So there's a timer for possibility, but it's not an exact timer. So the thing is, you can't leave until there's people to soak it. So if you get hit by a 4th mark, you'll take obviously more damage, but it's better than the tank dying. So you cannot leave until either a meteor just hits, and say this group is like, halfway in and they start running in because of the marks coming, and say a meteor just drops, then you can move out because you know that group's going to for sure be there. But whatever group is in the Thane corner has to be very conscious about not leaving the tank by themselves. It's very important that you don't leave too early. But you also have to stack, even if you're a warlock or a mage, you have to be stacked up near them, or the tank is just going to die or take a bunch of damage anyways. So you have to be close by. Now, I do believe there is a range on it, which allows the healers to be away from them. So the healers, if you notice, aren't stacked in the corners. The healers are moving around in a box like this. So the healers don't have to be there. It also helps the healers have to move less. Don't spend as much time running from zone to zone. They can move between them, stop, and spend more time actually healing. So just make sure that you guys are having stop points there. The casters are not standing with the healers. Casters have to actually go and stand with the tanks. So before I kind of get into their abilities, I know we kind of went over it quickly. Does anyone have questions so far about the rotations that we can kind of go over? I know it's a lot, and it's one of those things that honestly you might not fully get until you do it. But does anyone have questions so far about the rotations?
It's very important you don't abandon your tank to a meteor. More important than anything else, I think.
That, and this is going to be like one of those fights where individual responsibility is very heavy. So, especially for healers in particular.
And you can't just you could just say, well, just mark the tanks and everyone follows the tanks. The tanks may have to stay in longer if the taunts are resisted. So what we may end up doing, actually what I'm probably gonna end up doing, is we'll just mark the 3 back because they're the only ones really doing anything. And then we will just mark 4 different like DPS that know what they're doing. I guess you could say is the right way. And then each one of the 4 groups so that people know when to follow someone and know when they should be going in and out. That'll help the DPS that are a little unsure about when they should be moving, kind of have a better balance on things until they do it a few times. So that's probably what we'll be doing for the DPS. For most of you, you'll have an easier time, but I'll try to find 4 people that have a handle on when and how to rotate to kind of assist things. And that way you'll be like, oh, there's a diamond. You just follow diamond. So the safe spot for this is right here. So their auras are very large. It's like 70 yards. The safe spot's right here at the base of the stairs. You just want to group up here whenever you are on cooldown and you're sitting out between them. So remember, you don't rotate. The strategy we're using anyways right now, you don't rotate directly between the bosses. There is a strategy that does follow that, but the one that we are doing at the beginning does not. So between each one of the bosses that you're doing, you will come after your 3 marks, you will come back here to home base here. You'll chill out here for 3 marks, go to the next one for 3 marks, and then come back. And you'll just keep doing that. You'll go 3, 3, 3, 3. You just keep popping back like that until they're dead. Once they die, they spawn a spirit right on top of where their corpse is that doesn't do anything except it will just keep applying the marks in that area. So once they're dead, there's no more reason to go to that area, but also know that you can't just stand over in that area. As long as the tanks keep it where it's supposed to be, there should be no issue. You just stand here. You won't get hurt or hit. But just be mindful of that you're not just like spacing out and running over there for no reason. Now the bosses have they all have individual abilities that make them unique. So Thane, that we already kind of gone over it, he has a meteor that he uses that will one shot. So that's like the big thing that he has. Morgraine is kind of the tank buster. He does a bunch of damage, and he also has an ability that he will hit. I think it's every 25% of the time. That does like over 2k damage, fire damage, and it puts a fire dot on the tank, along with the amount of damage that he already does, which is high. So the amount of there's going to be array damage that needs to be soaked on Thane, but the tank that's going to be taking the most damage typically is the tank on Morgraine, the one in the bottom right, or just as the entrance as you come in is going to be down here. So if you're healing over there, if you're rotating into that zone, just be prepared to put some bigger heals into that tank because generally they'll be taking the most damage. The next one is Blimo, who is over at the top left. Her biggest thing is she just summons void zones under people. You'll see they're like deep black zones. Most of the people will not really see them. Like none of the DPS is going to even see that until like these bottom two are dead. Unless we're doing a different strat or you're trying to get cheeky and get a little bit of damage in. But they're I don't know if I need the rotations up here anymore. Let me see if I can share this screen back to the original video. Here we go. So I'm just gonna play this video just so you guys can see it. But then I'll kind of like go over it a little bit. So before they even pull, something you have to be careful of is there is a area like right around here, this whole area here. If you step into that, they're going to aggro. What you can do and what they have done here, and we will do, is you can sneak people around the edges and hide out kind of behind LOS, this pillar area, so that they don't pull. What this will do is this will allow us to pull the ads that are supposed to go into the back more easily, and for those healers to get in position quickly. Because I guess I shouldn't get too far ahead of myself. I'm getting off track. Because of the two abilities that they have, the void zones that I was talking about that are going to go back here are going to spawn under whoever is over there. So you don't want to stack on top of each other because it will target someone to put the void zone under. It ticks like right away and does a large amount of damage. So when one of those void zones appears underneath you, you'll be able to see it later. You want to move out, and I want to be clear that you do not want to jump out of the zones. You want to move out of them, because the way that the game works, when you jump from one place to another, the game considers you to be wherever you are until you land. So if you jump from like here to here, well, that's a far jump, but if you jump from here to here, until you land, the game still thinks that you're standing here. So if you want to move quickly out of somewhere, you should run and not jump. So that's the biggest thing. Just when you're over there, especially at the beginning when there's not many people and it's just the tank and the healers, there's going to be a lot of void zones. Just be ready to move. Like you have to move instantly out of those or you will die. The other one, Sir Zeliek, I think is how you say it. On the other side, he has a like a holy chain lightning that he does that will double in damage each time. So it'll add up quickly. It has a far range, but you can max range it. So you're gonna, when we pull them over here, and the biggest reason why this strategy is good is that you want to pull him out fast, because at the pull you want to get all the ads to the corners quickly, and you want to get everyone in here, this clump, to the safe zone right away, who is not going to be like DPSing. So that way they're not getting marks right at the beginning. And if they start moving and like Zeliek goes like the wrong way and starts like the tank like starts holding him around here, all of a sudden you're going to get the chain holy wrath and the whole raid dies. So it's imperative that he be moved quickly. Same thing, you don't want like a random void zone hanging out around here. That'd be pretty disastrous. Yeah, so that's the, I guess, individual abilities that they have here. Let's see if we can find out where the start of this poll is. Okay, so yeah, so you can see here, they come in, they have hunters pull away the ads, which we will have them do as well. First mark is 20 seconds. That's why he's just kind of running around dotting things. This is not necessary. This will not matter in the long run. This is dangerous. I would not do necessarily what he's doing. But he's just waiting for Mark 3. So everyone here is waiting for Mark 3. So that's Mark 2. Once Mark 3 goes out, they should be moving to the corner that they're supposed to go into. Mark 3 hits, see a meteor hits, that group is safe. They can move out. There's not going to be another meteor that hits before this group comes in. If the meteor did not hit, you would need to stay until meteor or until this group got in position, and then you could run out. You may get it Mark 4, which is fine. It's a good amount of damage, but remember, you're going to be back in the middle for 3 more marks, not getting damaged by anything. So you'll have the opportunity to bandage, to like heal yourself up. So it won't be a big deal. Plus, there'll be healers near-ish who could keep you alive. So look, we got Mark 6 coming up. So right now, if Mark 6, they should not move. Because Mark 6, if they move right now, then there's going to be a meteor coming up that will hit. So meteor hits, then they move. So remember, if you are in Thane's corner, you cannot move until it's safe for the tank. And what he's doing here is he's just going to get a little bit of extra damage on the other ads. This is not important. This is something you can try later when we're, confident with the fight. We've got it down. My concern is not necessarily that I don't trust people to do this, but that it will cause people to lose focus about when they're supposed to go in. Like he's over there doing that. He may have stepped in a void zone or accidentally chained it. Just the damage isn't really worth it in my opinion. Here, there's no reason for them to stack. There's no meteor or anything like that, so he doesn't have to run up with the rest of the DPS. Also here, there's no reason why you can't move out with the mark. So the only one that's really the limiting factor for the marks and staying past the third mark is Thane. So same thing, 3 marks, and then he's going to go back to the middle, chill out for another 3 marks until it's mark 15. And all the other DPS groups, they have the same rotation. It's just offset by wherever they started. So everyone runs in the same pattern. It's just a matter of where they started their pattern. Yeah, you can see all these void zones around here. That's a scary place for a tank. I don't know if you saw where he was tanking at. Jesus Christ. Okay, but there was like two void zones sandwiching him like that. But yeah, you can see these healers standing out here. This is fine. Just be in range. And then you see that one healer running off, right? Just by themselves. No one else is going with them. They're all by themselves. They're rotating around. Next mark will go out the same. Next healer will do the same thing. If you ever lose track of your debuffs too, they will show up on your list here, and you can kind of just mouse over and see which debuff you're tracking. It's less confusing if you aren't trying to DPS in the back because you will only ever have the 2. The reason he has 4 is because he's trying to get the extra damage in, and that could cause, like I said, extra confusion for you until you are confident with the fight. So Morgreen's dead. As you can see, his ghost just sits there and hangs out. At this point, you'll start rotating in. Important to note that you want to make sure, like I said, remember to stay spread so that the zones aren't spawning under like multiple people. Melee you can go in, but do be careful. The opposite side, with Zeliek, melee will not go in because of the Holy Wrath. Technically, you could probably have like 1 or 2 like sneak off, hug the wall, and then run all the way over there to get it. It's just not worth it. I would not do it. But yeah, you want to make sure that you're standing max range. As long as everyone in the group is max range, it's fine. All the healers. You see the tank here, by the way. Also important, if you are one of the tanks in the back, that you are going to the side, hugging it, and then run up. If you try to run from the middle, like straight up through this group to the boss, there's a chance that the chain, the chain hits him, chains to you, and then chains to the raid. It's not a big chance, but it exists. So just make sure that when you are running out, you're taking kind of like the scenic route off to the side. And then tank so that you're facing out. This boss doesn't have like any frontal cone AoE or anything like that. That just gives more room for the healers to get to you. If you take it facing the wall, then there's less space that they have to heal. Again, so just make sure you're watching your marks. You end up getting 4 marks over from before. That's fine. Getting 4 marks is okay. I mean, you don't ideally you only have the 3, but there's going to be situations where you have 4. 5 and plus is where it starts to get really dangerous. Just because you may not have been healed from the 4th one still, because the healers are rotating and trying to keep the tanks up. And then a 5th one, you know, is going to be like 5k damage to you, then you may just die. Like he's only got 6.3, so if he's not near full, or maybe he just recently tapped, he's going to die. But same thing. So you're just waiting for your debuff going in. At this point, you don't necessarily have to worry about tracking the specific marks because, or like the mark timing, I guess for, you know, at the beginning, you're doing like 3, 6, 9, 12. At this point, you don't have to worry as much because it's probably offset a little bit from having to go in. You more or less just want to pay attention to the actual debuff that you're getting rather than paying attention to the number of the mark, if that makes sense. And these void zones do go away, but it's after like 90 seconds.
If you're tanking this, you want to try and like, especially before the people get here, you want to like spawn a void zone and tank standing like right next to the void zone, so you kind of like stack them in succession, so you're not taking up a whole bunch of real estate.
Yeah, healers can do that too. Healers, if you stand near a void zone, then if one spawns underneath you, that's gonna overlap them so that they're not all over the place. I wouldn't stand like too dangerously close, but you can stand near one. Just make sure that when it spawns under you, you aren't running through the one that was already on the ground.
So after the first 2 melee ones die, do you want people rotating back to the safe spot like this guy's doing before going like up to the upper right? Because he went from like upper left, middle, then upper right without stopping because like his debuff had like gone away by the time you reached the middle.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. At this point, it doesn't for DPS. It doesn't matter as long as you aren't passing the 3 DPS, the 3 marks.
And then as for healers, like, do you still want them rotating once the first 2 die, like every what's it called, like 3 groups, or is it cool for them to condense down to like 2 healing groups, maybe 3, I guess, to heal those in the safe spot?
Yeah. So once the it'll be sort of like the same thing for the healers that are when they go in is it'll just be rotating out as you get marks. More or less, that should be pretty natural for the number of people who are getting marks. You don't want to have everyone rotate in at the same time. But there's not like honestly that much. Like if you're look at the raid frames. If you look at all the damage going up, there's not much damage going on the tanks at this point. Nobody should be getting hit really by Zeliek except for like during like a tank transition like that. And that tank who's running out, who is going to taking, I guess, the more damage, is literally running out to drop debuffs and not taking any more damage. On the other side, it'd be void zones will be the only thing really hurting anybody. But there's not like a bunch of damage that needs to be healed.
These guys also don't hit very hard. I think they hit for like 1600.
Yeah,
pretty chill.
The fights should be over at this point, really. Like it's pretty much on autopilot at this point.
Thane and Mograine are very much the spookiest part.
Another ability that they have that I didn't go over, and the reason why you can't generally just burn them down is that 50% and 20%, each one of them, does a shield wall that will reduce their damage taken. So generally, you want to try to see if you can push that, like if it's pretty close, but never risk dying to push a shield wall. Like I said, we'll be constantly rotating out and moving people. You shouldn't really be losing people to the marks. You'll just lose people who kind of who space out because they're not paying attention, or that die to just random mechanics like void zones and not reacting quickly to them. Maybe a tank, a Morgraine, hopefully not, but it's really just holding focus for an extended period of time and knowing like being mindful of your own debuffs and where you're needed. There's a lot more independent responsibility in this fight, even though like a lot of the DPS groups move together. It's really just watching where you're at. Again, if you get confused about which debuff is which, you just hover your mouse over it. It'll tell you the name of the debuff with which boss. I think like they have an enrage eventually if they do like over 100 marks or something, but that would be a very long fight. All right. So, does anyone have any questions about the fight? I know, like I said, I think it's one of those things you're going to have to kind of just do for some people. But if I can't answer any questions, it might be a good time. If you remember, there's not any bad questions, especially this fight, which is probably the most technical, or maybe next to Kel'Thuzad, but one of the most technical fights in the raid.
I guess a comment. Mograin's Righteous Fire is basically Ragnaros. So he will hit as hard as Ragnaros does, and you're going to be like 2 or 3 healing that. And the tank isn't going to have 315 fire resist. He hits really hard.
All right, so next fight is Saffron. There's no more trash. After you clear all 4 wings, you can do the rings in any order. But after you kill the end of the 4 wings, the middle opens up. A teleporter that'll get you through to like, it's not really a wing, but like the frost area, I guess you can call it. That just has the 2 bosses, Saffron and KT Kel'Thuzad. So
they're ahead of him.
What?
Well, it looks like someone got there ahead of him and killed him first.
Oh. Yeah, the first time you engage him, the bones will all swirl up and form into a spooky dragon. But the
spoiler alert.
Dang. This is the fight that you're collecting or should be collecting Frost Resist for. Doesn't have like a ton of different abilities, but it's persistent abilities. So the boss hits pretty hard. Gonna be wearing mitigation gear on this. And look at the hat, man. Okay. Anyways, the boss hits hard. He has a cleave, standard dragon. So just make sure you're not standing in front of him. And he has a frost aura that he will put up damage for. That every 2 seconds, everyone in the raid will take 600 frost damage. Is mitigated by frost resist gear, which is what the whole point of getting the gear, because 600 damage on everybody constantly is just a lot to heal. So mitigating that damage helps the healers help you stay alive. So the fight is a little bit longer because the boss has a good amount of hit points. What was the total there? Has
3 mil?
3.28 million. Yeah, so it's going to be a longer fight, especially because you're wearing some frost resist gear. It's going to be a bit of a longer fight. So it's an endurance fight. The other abilities that he does, you'll see these crazy looking blizzards that come down. It's just a lot more particles than a regular blizzard. It's a lot more dense. Deals a bunch of frost damage. It's like 3 to 4k damage. Also slows you if he goes into it. And they drift like in a direction. Like they don't like sweep. What I mean is they kind of move like they kind of crawl in a certain direction. If you pay attention to the movement of them, you'll see what I mean. So they don't like move like in a sheet. They just like move in a line. Kind of like I think this guy that I had up for the information explains it pretty well. Sort of like how the outdoor green dragon sleep clouds move, similar to that, but just a giant, huge blizzard. He also does a life drain, um, which will drain a ton of health and give it back to Saffron. That can be dispelled and needs to be dispelled because he'll do that pretty frequently. It does. It lasts for 12 seconds and drains about 2k every 3 seconds and heals the boss for about 4k. So um, if you aren't dispelling that from everyone that has it, he's just gonna start healing for a bunch of damage. People in the raid are gonna start taking a bunch of damage. I think it's a curse.
Yeah, it's a curse. You have to decurse it.
Yeah, it's a curse. So it has to be decursed. That's all of his like phase 1 like damage abilities. So make sure that you're at the side of the boss, that you are dispelling the drain life, you're not getting hit by the blizzards. Like so they move in a fairly slow, predictable path once you see which direction they're moving. They look really intimidating, just don't move into them. So let's see if I can get them to pull, and then we'll kind of cover phase 2 here. There you go. As you run in, you can see it all forming. You can kind of see on the other side, but I'm sure you'll see it more on this side. The blizzard coming down, and you can kind of see it moving. Hopefully, this privacy has it correctly. You kind of see it moving like in a path, right? Like it's long, but it's not sweeping. It just moves like in a line, and then they'll spawn a new one. They'll form like into a different line. So if you can visualize the path that it's moving, and you can see which direction, like you can see it's over here. It's moving to the left. Um, Standing near on the right side then wouldn't really do anything because you can see the direction that it's moving. All right, so then he'll have after a period of time he'll go into phase 2, which he will fly into the sky, and he will cast an ice bolt at people that will put them in an ice block. It does 3,000 damage to them and anyone within 10 yards of them. So it's really important that everyone kind of stay spread, but also kind of on one half of the room. Think kind of like Cthulhu, but more spread than Cthulhu. You're taking up the half of the room that we're coming in, but you're not so close that you're going to get hit by anyone else's ice bolt if they get hit. So it will last for 25 seconds. It's going to stun all the targets that are in there. So after I think it's 5 of them in Classic get hit, then he's going to channel this really slow moving ice bomb. You'll see it glides down to the floor here, super slow. It will kill anybody that is an LOS of that. So everyone is going to be hiding behind these ice blocks. This will break the ice blocks, and nobody here will take any damage. And then you just kind of rinse and repeat that. But like I said, you can't just say, oh, there's an ice block, I'm gonna go stand behind it right away, because then if you get hit with one, then you're going to take the damage, and you're also going to damage the person inside the ice block. So that you can't just group everyone up. You have to wait until the last. You have to kind of visualize where you're going to run to. Still stay spread, and then when he does it on the, I think it's the 5th person, then hide. Then get behind the ice blocks. There's plenty of time when he starts channeling it that you should be able to get behind one, and then not take any damage. Some people on old computers may have issues with this blizzard.
I have issues with Blizzard on my new computer.
But other than that, that's kind of like the whole fight. That's the whole thing. It just keeps going that over and over and over again. You can DPS him while he's in the air, but remember, focus on keeping an eye on where these ice blocks are. Try to envision where the closest one to you is. Don't immediately run to one just because it's like,
That'll happen.
like here, like this happened. That was bad, right? Everyone grouped way too early here, and you can see I think people died or just took a bunch of damage. Like grouping that early was really bad. There's no reason to do that. There's plenty of time to group. You don't need to group early. Oh yeah, watch the tail. This is dragon.
That's a DKP minus.
It's another boss that hits really, really hard. He has a cleave too. Don't stand in front.
Tail swipe.
Tail swipe cleave.
He'll cleave you for like 7,000 damage.
And sometimes as melee you just can't DPS, and that's fine. There's gonna be times where look at these guys are playing with fire, like
Ice.
playing with ice here. If you can see the predictable path of the blizzard, it's not so bad. Like you can stand next to the path as long as you know it's not going to go where you're at. But it's you're gonna have little room to move sometimes, and sometimes you might just have to get out and adjust, which is fine. All right, so same thing. They spread. Like those people here died from before from that previous double ice block. This person running up here already. You should not be doing that.
Like after he casts it, you should probably run up, right? Not like during the cast.
Right, like look, ice bomb. You have what?
You have 5 seconds. Yeah.
Look how long that is. That guy ran all the way from like the entrance. You have so much time. Like if you're far from all of them, you can safely start making your way towards that, but you don't want to run through other people. If that makes sense. Like if all of a sudden like there's like 3 ice blocks over here and there's only 2 left and you're like all the way over here, you might want to try like finding your way over there, like getting closer, but don't run through people to do that. Also, I'm fairly certain that you can still melee him while he's in air.
There's this weird like range where if you're too close, he'll like knock you back and you'll take some damage. You can outrange that. There's just a very precise positioning.
It's just a long fight, though. All right. Any questions or concerns, comments, anything else? That just rinse and repeats the whole fight. That's phase 1, phase 2. It's just an endurance fight.
So really, just another tank and spank. Got it.
I wish I was mage for this fight.
Why, so you can decurse really quickly?
Yep, just so I can hit decurses. Not for no fake ice blocks. That's 100% sure.
Yeah, imagine bringing ice block to Naxx.
All right. Well, that's that fight. Let's see. Then it's the last boss, KT. So, this fight has 2 phases. First is you don't actually fight the boss at all. It's just technically 3 phases. Okay, I should say 3 phases. First phase is just ads. So And when did they pull? All right, there you go. So you want to have everyone move up, and then once you get to the middle, the event starts. You can't have everyone back at the door because there's ads that spawn. So if you have people are lagging behind and standing over there, you're gonna be in trouble. First phase is for a set amount of time. You see, it's like 5 minutes. There's going to be 3 ads that come at the raid. First one are going to be, and they'll all come at different times. You don't need to go and pull the ads. You want to kill them as they start running towards the raid. So you don't want to start pulling all of these. First thing will be those little skeletons that you see there, the soldiers. Those will just run towards the raid, and if they get to the raid, they detonate and deal like 3,000 damage to everyone. You don't want that to happen. It's pretty essential that those die right away. They're ranged focus on those. They don't really do anything else except for that. The unstoppable abominations. This is what the melee are going to be focusing on. They do a stacking debuff on the tanks that reduces the healing they take. Same thing as Gluth or Finkrus. They have a stacking mortal wound that tanks need to make sure that they're watching and they don't just keep applying that. So multiple tanks will have to make sure that they are rotating out who is taking which, and sometimes you'll have multiple of these. But melee is just going to focus on these because it's the only one they can really kill. And then the last one is the Soul Weavers here. So the Soul Weavers do a bunch of damage. Like was it 7,000 damage and knock back to the 3 nearest players. So melee can't go in on these. Also bad if those make it to the raid. So they move very slowly. Skeletons move a little bit faster. They still don't move fast, but if you're not paying attention, if everyone's over here focused on killing one of the Soul Weavers, and then a skeleton like sneaks up on the raid from the other side and blows up, then it's an issue. So we'll have certain people who are dedicated to just watching out for the skeletons. It only needs to be a couple people because they die pretty quickly. Majority of the range are going to focus on the Soul Weavers, and the melee will kill the A-bombs. Now I do believe that I don't think you can use pets here, because if you put a pet in, it's going to take the damage from being close to them. Plus, you'll pull the shit on the ends, so don't send your pets in, please. Maybe you're able to, but I don't think so.
No multi-shots either.
Please God, no multi-shot.
Yeah,
I know the value of multi-shot, but oh man.
Only multi-shot. Pull the entire room. Everything.
And then I know Verse said it, but it's really imperative that no one's AFK at the start of the fight. Because if one person's back there, it's not just it's gonna pull and we can like get through it. It's gonna do that AoE explosion, just kill everyone in 2 seconds. So there's no like recovery from doing that.
Yeah, and don't run into the middle early. So what we'll do is we'll all move up towards the middle and stop. Like, please don't just jump around and accidentally like activate the middle, because then we just wipe.
I love that dude just made a soul shard.
So you'll need them for the wipes.
And this just goes on for about 5 minutes. After that, then KT will unlock, and you'll be damaging just him. The ads will go away, and then you need to spread around the room evenly. So I'll start talking about some of his abilities. I kind of let the rest of this play out so we can kind of talk about it a little bit and then go into it. We're going to be taking him like in the middle of the room. And the entire raid needs to be spread out at least 10 yards from each other, aside from the melee. The melee are going to be stacked in 3 groups around the boss, and then 1 spot for the tank. So there'll be 4 equidistant spots around the around KT. Form like a box or diamond around the boss. Reason for that is there is an ability that he uses that's called Frost Blast, which will do 130% of your maximum health within 4 seconds. And it chains to anyone else that's within 10 yards of you. So if the melee are all stacked together, then all the melee are going to get hit if one of them gets hit with that ability. Now, and you can't just have the melee out completely, or you'll lack the damage to do the fight, and you won't have the interrupts and whatever else you need. To combat that, that's why you have 4 melee groups. One is just the tank by himself, so that he doesn't get frozen. Whoever's tanking, and then the other 3 groups will be the other 3 spots around the boss equally. So 2 of the groups will be attacking from the sides, and one will be attacking from the backside. It's important that you don't try to just like stand between, just so that you can reduce your parries or whatever else is going on. It's super important that you stack really tight and attack from maximum melee range. So that's one of his bigger abilities that he uses. And like I said, the reason that the melee need to be in there is because it need to interrupt one of his other abilities, which is Frostbolt, which he uses pretty frequently on the main tank. It does like 10k damage to the main tank, 10k damage, somewhere around there. So if you don't interrupt it, the tank is either going to take just a ton of damage or very likely die. It has like a 2-second cast speed, and he can spam it. So need to make sure that we're kicking it, but it's also going to have to make sure that the groups are coordinating which groups are kicking it, so they know who's on cooldown. And it can't just be one person, because that person can miss. So ideally, what it's going to be is there's 3 groups, and it'll be like group 1 will kick first, then the back group, then the right group, and then it'll just rotate between the groups. So that's the way that it's going to work for how we coordinate the kicks. Like I said, because if everyone does it, which I don't think that would happen, but if everyone kicks and then he uses it again after that, well, now we don't have an interrupt unless we somehow know that everyone is already on cooldown and a mage uses a counter spell. So that's the biggest things for the melee. Are that there's a lot of abilities here. So this is why 4 Horsemen might be the most technical fight. I actually think it's KT, just because of how many things there are that's going on. So as you can see, when KT comes in, the adds that aren't already engaged disappear, but you still have to deal with the ones that are existing. So you have to be careful. Like if you saw the Soul Weaver that was over there, you can't just run. You just can't run over there because you think, oh well, the fight's over, so I'm going to run over there. Because he still has his abilities that will do like knockbacks to whoever's near him and do just a ton of damage. So deal with the adds, deal with KT, and then spread out. So other abilities that he has is, as you can see here, mind control. He will do a mind control that will always, it's called Chains of Kel'Thuzad, but every 60 seconds, he'll mind control 5 people. And it will always include the tank and 4 other random people. They'll do increased damage. If you're a healer, you're going to start healing Kel'Thuzad for 500%, or if you do damage, it's 200%. You'll also buff him and throw buffs onto him. But you can still be CC'd, so people can polymorph you, they can blind you, they can stun you. So when that happens, a couple of things need to happen. One, everyone needs to be CC'd. So if you can CC, just do it. Don't worry about, oh, well, someone else might do it. If you're close by and there's an ad near you, and you're a mage, sheep it. If you're a warlock, just fear that person. Just CC if you can do it, because we don't want those people running around killing people or killing the boss. Also, what will happen during that mind control, the tank gets mind controlled, and it's a threat reset. So his threat will drop, and a new tank will have to pick it up. There is a very unlikely situation where the tank and all of the off tanks get mind controlled. It is possible though, because it's 5 people. So if that happens, a DPS warrior has to be ready to pick it up, and hopefully throw in a shield, and people have to watch threat. But that is a world that's possible, unlikely but possible. But all the off tanks have to be ready to pick it up, and basically, I would say just stay in the groups that they're in around the sides until someone gets threat, and then whoever has that threat at the start will move into the tank position at the front. Everyone else should be stopping DPS for a moment. So when mind controls get ready to happen, let night drop. As the mind control is happening, like when people get mind controlled, stop attacking. Do not attack until a tank has established threat, because if he starts, especially if it's arranged, if he starts running around, then it's probably a raid wipe. So you have to stop your cast. If you're in the middle of casting a Shadow Bolt or whatever's going on, just stop. Don't let it go off. If you accidentally throw it and a mind control comes early for whatever reason and you get threat, you just pop a lip, because if he starts running around, it's a wipe. Now, on top of that, he does have a couple more abilities that you need to watch out for. So there's also Shadow Fissure, which you can see over here on the left. This is blocking a little bit, but you see this really like pink magenta looking color over here on the ground. It's sort of telegraphed. You'll see this rune up here underneath you. It'll be about 3 seconds, and then after 3 seconds, it like shoots up in the air. Anyone inside that's going to die. You're going to take too much shadow damage that no matter what you do, you're going to die. I do think that you can use a bubble, but I think if you're thinking about that, you just move. It's pretty easy to move out of. Melee groups, if it's underneath you, you just move back. So don't move to the left or the right, because you may chain the Frost Blast, which will freeze. So if you have a group here and there's another group on the right, if you strafe to your right to avoid the fissure and it hits you, you're going to hit 2 groups with it. The fissure disappears after it goes off. So it doesn't just sit here the whole fight and keep doing damage. Just back up, let it do its thing, and then you can go back in. As you can see here, look, it goes, it went up in the air, and then it's just disappeared. It doesn't just sit there. So if you're melee and it goes under your group, just back up. Back straight up. I wouldn't S key. I would like camera churn and get out. Or strafe jump out backwards, but wait for it to go off, and then you can go back in after it's gone. So as you can see here, everyone that gets mind controlled, it's super obvious. They turn dark. They get these chains around them. They're enemies. So all of these people need to be CC'd, and the group can't panic and start getting real close. So everyone needs to like stay where they're at and just CC these targets. Yeah, tank needs to pick it up. Groups need to reestablish around the boss. And that will happen every time there's a mind control. And the last thing that he does in this phase is, you see that Frostbolt volley. So that Frostbolt volley will hit everyone, and it does about, 2750 to 3500 damage. And it makes you move slower too. And he does that every 15 seconds. He just hits the whole raid with that. It's just a lot of damage. And so there's just, any one of those mechanics is not really bad by itself, but it's just that there's all of it happening at the same time that makes it difficult, because there's just a lot going on, and you have to maintain your space. You have to worry about CCing. You have to worry about threat drops. You have to worry about just a bunch of damage coming in. You have to worry about zones that you have to move out of. You have to worry about interrupting, having interrupt rotation. There's a lot of things happening. So on top of all of this, at 40%, then what's going to happen is there's going to be portals that open up, and there's going to be these big Nerubian crypt lords that come out. I think they kind of look like a Nubricon. similar model, and there'll be 5 of them that come out. So they're called Guardians of Ice Crown. They can be shackled. They can also be frost trapped, but you can only CC 3 of them. If you try to CC more than 3, then Kel'Thuzad will dispel all of them. So you can only ever have 3 shackled. Shackle's the most reliable CC for them because they're undead. They have a self buff that does gives them plus 15% to their damage and increases their size by 10%. And this just continues to stack up to 99 times. But other than that, they just do a standard attack. So they need to be off tanked by a couple of tanks. But keep in mind, during that time, there's still all of the other abilities going on. So you have tanks that are holding those. You have priests that are CCing the additional ads. But those tanks that are taking those ads also can be mind controlled, including the tank that's being mind controlled here. Which means that then those ads also have to be picked up, and they cannot be CC'd because otherwise that breaks the other CCs that are going out. So this entire phase, have to make sure that people are not, so as much as you can't use multi-shot in phase 1 or similar abilities, you can't use it in phase 2 for the most part, because you'll just break random CCs. If you do it between mind controls in phase 2, that's fine, but once you get to phase 3 and there's like those shackles up here, I wouldn't touch the button, wouldn't go anywhere near it. I would just do my regular abilities, because if you accidentally hit one, then it's a big deal. But you can see they don't all come in at the same time. They sort of filter in. So generally you shackle the first 3, and then you tank the last 2. But they're not really that hard. It's just another layer on top of all the other like 6 or 7 other abilities that are going off at the same time. And then if you get to the end of the fight, KT dies. So does anyone have any questions about that?
Sort of. For a couple expansions.
I expect to wipe more in this fight, honestly, than 4 Horsemen. It'll just because there's just a lot of points of failure, and it'll just be one of those fights that no matter how many times you do it, you probably just always have a chance to wipe week to week on it because of just bad mind controls or whatever is going on. Yeah, so I don't know if anybody has any questions or comments, concerns, but the last boss. I know they didn't kill him, but that was the whole fight.
So pretty much just a simple tank and spank when you think about it.
Yes, really at the end, you just tank him and also spank him. Yes.
Easy peasy. Actually doesn't sound that bad from a range DPS perspective. Get off the fissures, single target damage.
Yeah.
I'll fire yourself to death during a wipe, as is tradition.
I will say you are right. It is easier as a ranged, because all you have to do is just get to your spot and hang out there, right? You just DPS, and if you have a crowd control ability, use the crowd control ability. But pretty easy if you're a ranged DPS. A little bit harder if you are a healer, and I'd say it's a lot more responsibility for the melee on this fight.
If you don't kick a frostbolt, Verse will die.
Promise?
Yeah.
I think you mean de-spell.
Yeah, de-spell the frostbolt.
Like the frostbolt hits for like 9 to 11k. Kel'Thuzad also melees for like 8k unmitigated. It's not a good combination.
All right, that is the end of the video.
Easy.
Easy. All the fights will be very easy. Well, once we do them once or twice. Some of the fights are much easier than others. There'll be a lot of the early wing stuff that we do that I have no doubt that we will just blow through it. Some of the stuff that has new mechanics, would not be surprised to wipe them once or twice. I would see the most probably deaths or wipes on Four Horsemen and KT. I know that Saffron is like kind of a big roadblock, but it's not as technical of a fight. It's more of just a demanding fight. Early on, it's going to be harder because we don't have really any quality frost resist. It's all just shit for frost resist. Once you start getting like crafted pieces, the fight becomes a lot more simple.
All right.
Hasn't talked about a ton, but if you do have like a really well geared healing ult, maybe something you want to start thinking about for Saffron.
I missed the question. What was the question?
There was no question, just a statement. He was saying if you have a geared healing ult, it might be needed for Naxx potentially.
Specifically, and generally just the early Saffrons. Once we get frost resist, it's really not as big of a deal.
I can only think of like Vec, Energy, and Tachi maybe?
Mahantongo.
Oh
Jackie.
yeah, Mahantago. Jackie too, I forgot that one.
I think he's geared as shit.
Yeah.
Siaksta, Scepter of the False Prophet.
We have so many.
I do appreciate everyone for coming out today. We will have another one tomorrow if anyone wants to do two. But there are people that couldn't make it today that are coming tomorrow too.
Energy, I think the goal would probably be first to get either hyper geared people, healers, or druids especially. Get those hots rolling. Well, more of them.
All right. Nobody else has any questions?
Versus boosting alt has come online, so I think we're just about done.
Oh yeah, I'm done with the video. If anyone has any questions,
What does this week look like?
What does what?
This week look like? So Tuesday we do normal Tuesday raids, and then Thursday is Naxx.
Thursday and Sunday.
Your Thursday.
Yep. Are we gonna get like a world buff train set up for Thursday? Like, are those things that we should start thinking about now and planning?
What?
I'd advise just to get focus on 2-hour buffs. I don't think there's really a ton of value in getting the 1-hour buffs for Thursday.
Spider Ring doesn't require them, and they'll be off by the time we get much into Plague.
I can put up a buff train thing for Wednesday raid time, like we've done in the past. So
we probably shouldn't need heads either or hearts. They're going to be going out plenty.
Yep.
Leading up to Naxx.
Just make sure you guys are watching Benny buffs, and we'll play it by ear. But for the most part, I'll set one up for Wednesday before the Thursday. But do we want to set one up for Monday verse or for AQ?
Yeah, I mean, we could do it. It's gonna be really exhausting, to be honest. Like,
It's going to be a repeat of buffing for AQ, like what we did the first time around.
Yeah, I would say that we don't like set that up or like go through the effort for that on Tuesday when we're gonna have to do it, or Monday when we're gonna have to do it on Wednesday anyway. And then people can do what they want to do for Tuesday, and then Wednesday we have a buff train set up.
Also, something to keep in mind, guys, going forward, and I might try to organize something along these lines, but who the fuck knows? Trash farming. That's going to be a thing. There will be pugs, but I might try to get like 20 people to do some at some point as well. There's a lot of really, really good weapons in there and items.
Does trash reset after clear? Right?
For alts, primarily.
You won't be able to do it on your main.
And I think this is something we'll take offline, but the frozen room farming with alt rogues and then also improved exposed armor. I guess Avo, you and I should, or we discussed that with rogues or Vec.
Yeah. I'll need to talk to
be right
the
back.
Dwarf. Basically, the sword rogues are Dagger EA sucks ass. That's got to be a sword rogue.
Yeah.
EA Sports. So who is doing EA now?
I'm gonna do it. I haven't talked to Jolie about it, but my plan was to do it. So like we talked about it in our brief rogue meeting that like we will make sure that the raid does not go without one, and the kind of thought of having 2 sword rogues be MPA for Naxx in the event that one of them dies or something makes sense, and so we'll go with that. We'll make sure that it's covered for Tuesday.
I think in Naxx specifically, like you're able to drop murder really safely. With that, I mean, honestly, every sword rogue could have EA and be totally fine spec wise.
Yeah, I mean it's just it's 2 points. It doesn't really matter. Cool. Thanks for putting this together, guys.
Yep.
There's a lot of shit in Naxx.